smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mommy, myself no do past like this. So many things inside of my gin. Slide down, DBTs.
Sponsors for today. Without them, this would not be possible. We'd like to recognize Noor Takaful. We'd also like to recognize Sunu Assurances. We'd like to recognize mycover.ai, Stren and Blan LP, Stanbic IPTC Insurance Limited, Leadway, and of course, First Insurance Brokers. Thank you all for making this happen for us. Thank
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
In Nigeria, the changes are perhaps more striking. Inflation has recently eased to less alarming levels. The exchange rate has receded and foreign exchange reserves have been largely reconstituted. In terms of uncertainty and turbulence, two partners with shared values regarding a predictable, rules-based multilateral trading and international investment system should seek each other's company. And that is where Belgium and Nigeria can meet. Belgium as an extremely open economy, a founding father of the EU and a headquarter to many of its institutions. Nigeria as the initiator of ECOWAS exactly 50 years ago, and as the most populous and biggest economy within West Africa. In the memorable year 2024, cocoa overtook crude oil for the first time as Nigeria's main export product to Belgium. In the course of that same year, a Nigerian expert took part in an exchange of expertise event organized by my ministry's think tank, the Egmont Institute, in the wake of the World Cocoa Conference that was equally held in Brussels. Our embassy visited the Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria in Ibadan, and the Belgian investment company in developing countries ventured into exploring Nigeria's cocoa sector. While Nigerian and Belgian universities keep cooperating in the field of crop improvement and pest resistance. It's all about connecting the dots at all levels. In November 2025, about the time when our embassy will move its offices from Maitama to the EU compound in Central Business District, Flanders Investment and Trade and VOCA, the umbrella organization for Flemish entrepreneurs, will launch a trade mission from Belgium's most populous and most prosperous region into Nigeria. They will visit Lagos and Abuja with a focus on first movers in the agricultural and food sector in a broad sense, from 3 to 7 November 2025. The dates were actually communicated today itself. I say enjoy the party, but I would first give the floor for a goodwill message to the Minister of Regional Development, if he would grant us with that honor. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I'm glad to be associated with the Belgian embassy. We've had a very good relationship. At least last year we were here, and surprisingly, it's been too fast. I was surprised when I was sent the invitation. I realized it's 1 year already. That signifies that so many good things are happening. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost track of the months that ruled by. Let me say that Nigeria and Belgium enjoys a warm relationship, and the Nigerian businesses and the Belgian business community also have a wonderful relationship. I want to hope that all of us guests will enjoy the evening and continue to pray that God keeps us alive to witness Him next year. Thank you and good evening.
I'm from the EU Nigeria Agribusiness Platform. This platform is supported by the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS. And I want to thank the ambassador for hosting us this evening and to thank our friends from the Belgium Chamber of Commerce. Now, the EU Nigeria Agribusiness Platform basically exists to expand trade and investment between Nigeria and the 27 EU countries. And for Belgium, like the ambassador said, we've seen that the import from Nigeria now, it's basically cocoa is assuming a high dimension. So we're zeroing in on cocoa. We're checking the statistics just recently. We saw that Belgium imported 4.2 billion euros of cocoa products from around the world, but imported 146 million euros from Nigeria. So you can see that there's a huge scope to expand trade and investment between Nigeria and Belgium in cocoa sector. And we're going to be working with the chamber. We're looking forward to the forum in October to do sideline events, organize Nigerian state actors and private sector actors to do engagements with Belgium actors so that we can secure offtake, we can secure technical assistance to increase and improve our production of cocoa products to Belgium and to Europe. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to be here. We're happy to sign this partnership, and we look forward to expanding engagement with Belgium in the area of cocoa. And also even shea nut. Nigeria is the second largest producer of shea nut in the world. We're first actually, but we're not in the value-added market. So these are scopes for us to expand engagement between the two countries. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We look forward to enjoying the evening together. Thank you.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast News. I am Norma Obunda. It's a pleasure to have you start this beautiful Wednesday morning with us. Let's see what's making headlines. Dangote Refinery reduces petrol ex-depot price to 835 naira per litre. Sole Rivers administrator to appear before reps panel today. CBEX investors will get their money back, EFCC assures. US raises tariff on China to 245% as trade war escalates. Arsenal dump Real Madrid to reach Champions League semi-finals. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Dangote Petroleum Refinery has reduced the gantry price of premium motor spirit, PMS, commonly known as petrol, to 835 naira per litre. This marks the second time the refinery has reduced the ex-depot price of the refined product in 2 weeks. This downward adjustment comes in response to a drop in the international crude oil prices, which have recently fallen to $65 per barrel from over $70 per barrel. Prior to this, the refinery had already lowered its gantry price from 880 naira to 865 naira per litre, but was not reflected at the consumer level for oil marketers. Moving on, the House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee on Rivers State Oversight has summoned Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, sole administrator of Rivers State, to appear for a comprehensive interactive session today. The 21-member committee, which the House recently inaugurated following the emergency rule in Rivers State, held its inaugural meeting Wednesday at the National Assembly Complex, Abuja, where it resolved to invite the Rivers sole administrator. Chairman of the committee and House Leader Julius Ihombere revealed that the engagement is necessary to ascertain the true state of affairs in Rivers State, ensuring that the House remains properly guided while discharging its oversight responsibilities in the public interest. Still on, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has assured the individuals who invested in the CBEX digital trading platform that they will get their money back. The EFCC revealed that it was already tracking the CBEX trading platform before the recent public outcry. The platform, which promised to investors 100% return in investment, began experiencing trouble last weekend as many could no longer withdraw their funds. According to reports, aggrieved investors had on Monday, April 13th, looted the office of the Smart Treasure at the CBEX crypto trading platform in Okeado axis of Ibadan, Oyo State. And to end the local news, the Lagos State House of Assembly has called on the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice to enforce the full implementation of the Tenancy Law of Lagos State 2015. The House also called on the Commissioner of Information and Strategy, Benga Omotosho, to intensify public awareness campaigns on the provisions of the Tenancy Law. The resolutions followed a motion moved by Lukmo Olumo Ajeremi Ifeolodun, one who stressed the need to curb the excessive rent increments that are worsening the housing crisis in the state. Olumo cited sections 37 of the Tenancy Law prohibiting unnecessary rent hikes and providing legal recourse for tenants subjected to such increments, noting that a continuous increase in rents was contributing to the growing number of homeless residents in Lagos. And now to the foreign scene, the White House has revealed that China now faces tariffs of 245% on imports into the United States as a result of its retaliatory actions. This development also comes as President Donald Trump authorized an investigation into national security risks posed by the U.S. reliance on imported processed critical minerals and derived products. Trump, meanwhile, has said China needs to make the first move in any negotiation after accusing Beijing of re-engaging a major Boeing deal. According to reports, China has ordered its airlines not to take any further deliveries of Boeing jets in response to the U.S. earlier decision to impose a 145% tariff on Chinese goods. Also, Israel's defense minister has revealed that troops will remain in so-called security zones that have established by seizing large areas of Gaza even after an end to the war. Israel Katz says the zones would provide a buffer to protect Israeli committees in any temporary or permanent situation, adding that a reasonable percent of the Palestinian territory had been added since the Israeli offensive resumed 3 weeks ago. Reports also reveal that Israel would continue its 6-week blockade of humanitarian aid to pressure Hamas to release hostages despite the UN warning of devastating consequences. Médecins Frontiers on Wednesday, April 15th, became the latest international organization to sound alarm at the impact of Israel's campaign, saying Gaza had been turned into a mass grave for Palestinians and those coming to their assistance. And now to sports. Arsenal has dumped holders Real Madrid out of the UEFA Champions League with a stunning 2-1 win at the Santiago Bernabeu on yesterday, sealing a 5-1 aggregate victory to book a semi-final showdown with Paris Saint-Germain. Bukayo Saka was the star of the show, recovering from an earlier missed penalty to coolly chip home Arsenal's opener in the second half. Their emphatic 3-0 first leg win in London had already set the stage for an upset, while Mikel Arteta's men held firm in Madrid to reach the last four of the competition for the first time since 2009. And to end the news, Gabon international striker Aaron Penza passed away on Wednesday, April 15th at the age of 28 after falling from the 11th floor of a building in China. This is according to the National Football Federation, FEGAFOOT, who also offered their sincere condolences to his biological family. The Gabonese president-elect Brice Oligui Nguema also sent his condolences, admitting that he was a talented center-forward who brought honor to Gabonese football. Born in Moanda, Bopenza joined French side Bordeaux in 2016, spending most of his time on loan at French clubs before signing for Turkish Hatayspor in 2020. That does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. I am Norma Obona. Stay tuned for the newspaper review.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money. They can see the passion. I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset denomination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time. Oh, several. We're pioneering the Noila, which is a dual-purpose chicken breed that can change the face of protein malnutrition in Africa. And already we have over 1.2 million rural households. And we have nearly 10,000 mother units that are buying the day-old chicks, raising them for 5 weeks, and distributing all around the country. It's been very, very successful. We're very proud of it. Also doing innovations like empowering farmers for broiler feed production, for sellers of chicken and beef and fish and eggs. So we're very, very proud of what we've been able to achieve in the protein space, in spite of all the challenges, we're still forging ahead. Okay, for instance, our outgrower farmers, we give them the subsidized day-old chick price because we're the number one producers of day-old chicks in Nigeria. We're able to give them a certain subsidized price. We give them feed. We give them veterinary pharmaceuticals also at subsidized prices. And most importantly, we take the products back from them into our chicken processing plants in Uyo, Kaduna, Benin, and Ibadan. That way, we're able to produce a closed circuit, end to end, for the farmers. And we've, by the grace of God, been able to bring thousands of farmers back into active business. Well, there's a lot of government can do, and I know they're doing a lot. I'm aware that there's quite a lot of effort, but like I said, we need to move away from from creating ideas to implementing the ideas we already have. And for instance, energy. Why is a farm in Nigeria paying an energy bill? In many countries, energy for farming is subsidized. The road networks. We were fortunate. The Oyo State Governor, Engineer Sheyi Makinde, visited one of our facilities and saw how horrible the road was. And we're glad to say that that road has been commissioned now. But how many people have that benefit? So infrastructure, government can help us with, and also the right environment, the economic environment. Government has no business doing agriculture. They have every business facilitating the production of food to get to the average Nigerian at the lowest price. And I wish them all the luck, all the best in the efforts that they're currently on.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work in a scale. Oh, very fantastic. So we work across 10 states in Nigeria, providing women farmers access to mechanization through cooperatives. We service flour mills of Nigeria, Coast rice. These are some of the biggest growers in the country. We provide fit-for-purpose mechanization from land preparation to harvesting services, and we have seen an increase in yield. Now, we deploy these solutions with an intent for the farmers to succeed, thereby becoming partners to the farmers for the future. We are at the verge of launching our e-commerce platform. It's called the Correct Farmer Platform for farmers to access these products from the comfort of their homes across board, and the growing population of farmers that we have needs to have these tools at their fingertips. The government needs to make their policy more consistent. That's all.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale, because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector. You bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table. I mean, it's a broad question. Like I said, agribusiness is a complex system. So I can't prescribe 1 or 2, 3 actionable steps. The first is different players need to understand what their role is. And government needs to use their power in the most effective way. That's the first. So what's the best way for them to use their power? I think that is to bring players to the table, align incentives for all of them, and then ensure that it's implemented. So you bring farmers, you bring commercial investors, you bring financiers, you bring input suppliers, and then you find the right incentives, the right partners, development partners, and you ensure that that is implemented, right? That's one, but it's a complex problem. So there's so many. There'll probably be a list of 100 things to be done. But the fact is, we can't solve the problem the way we are right now because we're fragmented. Most of the things we have is wasting. So we need a systems approach. In that systems approach, government's role is to facilitate, bring every important stakeholder to the table. And the third is we then need to, all of those players need to take their part as financiers and investors, as service providers, as agriculture and agribusiness companies, and solve their own part of the problem.
For us, starting with especially when we talk about cluster, especially for agriculture, we are ensuring that our rice farmers are in clusters. So right now, we have in Lagos a cluster of farms of about 1,000 hectares that is going to go into rice cultivation. We have 500 in Igua, which is in Ogun State. So we're having a cluster of farmers so that we can leverage on technology, particularly when in talk with the drone producers for agro-input production, so that we can reduce the cost of production and invariably the cost of output. Yes, there's tractor on the go, and particularly again for the rice farmers, we're actually making provisions for technology to serve them and input to serve them in their clusters that we have created. They're already live, so you just need to be in those groups. You have to be a part of the cooperative, part of the farming community in those groups where they are.
It reinforces the fact that stakeholders need to meet, to discuss, and forge a way forward, and particularly planning towards the future, which this conference is all about. The future of agriculture is propitious, but we need to plan, we need to talk about it, and most importantly, hammering on getting on action. Yeah. Technology comes in different forms and in shape. For us at Integrated Area Precision, we are providing farmers with precision agriculture solutions, such as drone technology, services for spraying, planting of seed, application of fertilizers, something like end-to-end, also helping them to detect pests and diseases early as possible. So our farmers, first of all, must have an open mindset to adopt, right? Accept and adopt this technology. And we can put from different stakeholders, we can put together models that can allow our farmers to be able to access this technology at scale. I mentioned during my speech, we need to move to cluster farming, move our smallholder farmers from a fragmented system of production to a clustered system of production that allows them have access, easy access, right, to these technologies. And not only technology, interventions from the government, policies can be focused on them, and they can be able to have a voice, right, that is aggregated, and strong. So, and with that, I believe that we can be able to have access to technology. And of course, we cannot put away the fact that funding is important, yes, right? So we can come together to create a model that allows these farmers not only acquire this technology, but the goal is for them to have access, either through services or through other models. Yeah. Well, I would say that the government is an enabler. The government enables by creating the environment, the enabling environment. And what do I mean by enabling environment? The policies, right? The policies that make technology to strive, the policies that allows our farmers to work more efficiently. And working more efficiently, talking about cluster farming, we're going to be talking about land clearing and land development, and that is the responsibility of the government. And because the government is the owner of the land, right? So the government needs to do that and not moving away from land development into supporting farmers with, with the technology that can allow them to grow productively at scale and, more importantly, sustainably. So that's where government can come in. Okay. What's the difference? Well, this is 2025. One, but from our assessment, I can see the crop of stakeholders and professionals brought, in the room, and I believe that this is a hot pot, right, where these issues are being discussed, and I want to hope that from here we can be able to get into actions that result into real impact on real people, right? So beyond just talking, I can see the crop of people that is really significant and commendable. But what's going to be more important, and what I hope for through this conference, will be translating this discussion into action, right? We can see government, we can see private sector individuals, we can see development organizations who are interested in the agricultural sector. Yeah, we can be able to make things work.
Like I said in my presentation, all the stakeholders in the agri ecosystem in Nigeria, especially the government and the private sector and investors, need to come together to a round table to discuss the possible investment available for the mechanization ecosystem, especially for making tractors available to smallholder farmers, affordable tractors. If we have tractors that farmers can easily pay for, all right, it will reduce the dependency on on crude equipment. Okay, so the call to action is for every player in the system to sit down on a round table and discuss how to make this possible. If it is investment, bring in your investment. If it is policy, how can government policy improve and impact positively on the availability of tractors? Can we, by policy, increase the number of tractors available to farmers across Nigeria? Can we, by policy, reduce the costs of tractors currently? So I think that is with the various stakeholders and the powers that be to make sure that tractors are everywhere for smallholder farmers. Yeah, and I think that's the way to go. With what we currently have, even imported tractors are not enough. Right, there's a huge deficit of almost about 200,000 tractors in Nigeria. We can make that up. We can make up that number by fabricating locally, by supporting local fabricators. I don't think we have up to 5 firms or companies fabricating currently in Nigeria. We can increase the number of local fabricators. We can make funds available to them to be able to include. We can develop markets for them. We can help them with demand. We can help them with all sort of their capacity to be able to adequately fabricate and manufacture and release these tractors to the farming population to enable everybody have at least enough tractors to farm their land. We provide technology services connecting farmers to owners of tractors, number one. We also work in policy, working with the government to see how, through the impact of policy, we can reduce drastically the effect of the economy on fabricators and manufacturers and importers of tractors. Right. Number 3, we collaborate. We work with every interested private sector player, public sector player, and farmer groups to understand the various challenges and how to play our role in reducing the problems. Yeah, it's definitely a limitation because, again, like I said at the presentation, if farmlands are scattered everywhere, it's almost impossible for any owner of tractor to make their tractors available. All right. So how do we start clustering farmers? How do we start bringing them together? How do we make it possible for a particular, for instance, a particular 200 hectares or 1,000 hectares, yeah? How do we make it possible for farmers to actually cultivate together, right? How do we build a farming community, okay, so that when a tractor hits that community, the owner is able to till about 1,000 hectares or even 500 hectares or 2,000 hectares, right, without moving out of that community. So clustering is the way to go. Developing farming communities is the way to go. My major takeaway from this event is that if, again, all the stakeholders can collaborate and they mean it, it's possible to make Nigeria so food secure.
So I think number one, it's a myth to say that we don't have farmers in Lagos. In the last 6 months, 9 months to 1 year, we in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems, we've been on farm tours, moving around various farms in the 3 agricultural zones of Lagos in Badagry, Ikorodu, and Ekpe areas. Maybe we don't have as many vegetable or crop farmers as you have in other parts of the country, because our farmers are more focused on poultry, livestock, piggery, and aquaculture. So they are also farmers. And then you have the artisanal fishermen as well. But we do have farmers indeed in Lagos. In the Ojo axis, for instance, Badagry, you have a lot of vegetable farmers. In the Ekpe axis, Ikorodu axis, you have a lot of aquaculture and poultry farmers, and in other areas you have pig farmers as well. So number one, it is a myth that we do not have farmers. Being here today at the Business Day Summit, moving Nigeria from food scarcity to sufficiency and what have you, it just consolidates everything we have been doing as a Lagos State government under the leadership of Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, putting together a market-led transformation. I was very happy that in there, one of the panelists had mentioned that systems and building the right kind of systems for all stakeholders within the value chain is actually what is most critical, rather than giving silo-led interventions, which is what is the norm. And having a market-led transformation system is actually the fulcrum of all we are doing in the state government in Lagos State. And essentially, it is harmonizing all the efforts of value chain actors. So you're talking about logistics providers, you're talking about storage facilities being made available, you're talking about input providers, you're talking about market actors themselves, the market men and women, you're talking about aggregators, you're talking about financiers, you're talking about everybody and anyone you can think of in the value chain that would ensure that your food moves from the farm to your table. That is the essence of having a market-led system, and that is what we are doing in Lagos State. Building the largest food logistics hub, which will cater to the aggregation that is required to be able to consolidate all holdings around food and ensure that at least we have a minimum of 180 days of availability of food if there's a disruption in the system. Yes, would that guarantee
drop in prices?
Yes, that's the whole idea, because when you have enough food available, it means you take out fluctuations as regards availability. Also, you have preservation in place, because you can't store food without having the right preservation technologies in place. At the same time, the price point at which you buy, it means you no longer are subject to demand and supply fluctuations or even climatic conditions, because you have the foods available year round, and for that reason you can actually stabilize prices. These are areas we have seen are critical to the overall ecosystem in agriculture, and this is where we are putting our monies behind, to ensure that for the entire Nigerian space. And when we talk about agricultural food availability, Lagos is at the forefront. We understand our place as the largest market in sub-Saharan Africa, and we know that we must also collaborate with other states that have the capacity and capability to be able to provide the quantum of food that is required. So this is not just a silo game. It is for all of us, private sector, public, non-governmental, civil society, for all of us to partner, come together.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. Thank you for joining us on a lovely and rainy Thursday morning here in Lagos City. Welcome to the show. We will be going to our newspaper review right now to see what we have on the front pages of the dailies. And of course, I've got in the studio with me Mr. Joshua Bassi, our editorial director here at BusinessDay TV. Welcome to the show, Mr. Joshua.
Good morning, Elizabeth. Welcome. Good morning.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Let's start with some of what we have on the front pages this morning. Let's start off with the Punch newspaper this morning. I hope it's not something that is so okay. So it's a little bit heartwarming. So the front page of the Punch newspaper says 800 naira per litre petrol in sight as oil prices fall, and that's what we have on the front page of the Punch newspaper this morning. Of course, on the top left-hand side of the Punch newspaper, it says EFCC SEC move to dismantle Ponzi schemes. I think that this is all like, just like an offshoot of some of the conversations around CBEX. I'm sure you've heard about it. The Ponzi scheme that's left so many people heartbroken, yeah, so to speak. Very, very disheartening. And then Tinubu's France retreat sparks backlash amid rising insecurity. And this is on page 2 because let me not go to that yet. I'll just wait to hear from you. Plateau killing says police arrest key suspects and governor bans night grazing. And then below it says Ibas River State sole administrator is taking orders from Wike. And this is, of course, as Rivers women continue to protest again. Reps panel summons Ibas, and then just a little bit of the River State war, like they say, some of the things happening in River State politics. And then 2027 says coalition to unseat Tinubu gaining ground, says Atiku. We'll see how that pans out. And then hundreds of Boko Haram suspects arrested in Lagos, and this is from the CJTF. And Nigeria court power supply to Niger Republic. I'm sure that's because we are still struggling to fully power our own country, so it might be understandable. But to read more on that story, you need to catch the Punch newspaper. But let's start off with the big story here. The big headline says 800 naira per litre petrol in sight as oil prices fall, and PMS drops again as Dangote cuts ex-depot rate to 835 naira per litre. Crude now $65 from $75. So that's the big story on the Punch paper this morning. How do you receive this news?
Yeah, for us Nigerians, this is cherry news. If we have to go, to the petrol station and buy petrol for 800 naira per litre, that would be just good enough for every Nigerian. Currently, we are buying 9.25, 9.30, depending on the filling station that you're driving to buy. So if it comes down to 800, it would be really, really great for Nigerians who are at this time, just barely surviving. The economic situation is really very harsh, So people are spending so much money on petrol. So we pray it should come down, like has been predicted. Of course, but there are two things here. Why we will be happy that fuel could come down to 800 naira per litre at fuel pump. On the other hand, it will not help our economy because part of what is responsible for the sliding down of petrol prices is because at the international market, crude oil prices are dropping, and that's not good for our economy. Nigeria, almost solely depends on the crude oil to be able to earn our foreign exchange. And so, and of course, our budget too, for government to be able to finance the budget of this year. Already, the budget of this year, some have threatened because the projection that the government had done, for the budget, so it's not that projection, given the fact that prices of crude oil at the international market is diving. That's the really big task for the government. So government will be looking for money to be able to implement the budget. That means that if we don't have as much as government is projected to have from this year budget in terms of revenue, in terms of income, then of course we might find ourselves having to then borrow and borrow and borrow again to be able to implement the budget. Given the fact that we are already borrow heavy as a country, I think that would not be good for us to continue to borrow. So yes, at the international market, market, prices of crude are falling. That's not good for us as a country. But at fuel pump, we drive into any filling station, and if we're able to buy fuel for 800 naira, that's good for us as Nigerians. So there are two things here. On the other hand, we are happy to have fuel price, come down to 800 naira, or even some people have actually projected it might come down to 700 naira. That's good for us as a people, as Nigerians or consumers of petroleum products locally. But at the international market, where crude prices are dropping, it is not good for us as a country, because Nigeria depends heavily on the income or revenue from crude to be able to push the economy forward.
But
so that's just it.
Is this not also an indicator that perhaps Nigeria needs to also diversify their major source of revenue? Because at this time, obviously, for years now, crude oil seems to be our major source of revenue. So isn't this an indicator that right now we need to also, maybe invest in some other part of the economy, and then this would also in turn boost our foreign exchange?
Absolutely. That's what we should do, and that's what we haven't been able to do so well like other nations. If you look at other oil producing, crude producing nations like Saudi Arabia, you see them diversifying and then looking for other sources. You see them opening up their economy for tourism.
Absolutely, because I think that we have a very untapped industry there with tourism.
Exactly. So we haven't been able to develop that industry to be able to earn as much as we can earn. It's still there. We haven't really opened it up for people to invest. And look at what happened with when they wanted to, Tinubu was awarding contract for the 15 trillion Lagos Calabar coastal highway. You saw what happened with Landmark. As you can see, that industry destroy, and the people, so much money lost as a result of that. So the investment that was sitting there, is gone, and that's what. Those are the kind of things that we expect to do to be able to. But so we haven't diversified our economy to be able to move ourselves away very strongly from dependence on oil. And so that is actually a big task that government needs to do. So develop agriculture. Yes, agriculture is. So we need to do more to develop other sectors of the economy that we can also earn foreign exchange rather than just depending on oil, because because of the volatility of crude oil prices in the international market, we don't have control over that. So anytime it goes down, it affects us as a country. It goes up, we are happy, and then so because we don't have control over it. So we should really look for a way to diversify our economy so that every sector of the economy is able to contribute strongly to our GDP and to be able to help us, do more than we are currently doing. So that's one area that government should look at very strongly. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to do it as much as we should do. The other sector that can, strongly contribute to this economy, to strengthen this economy.
I completely believe that it's something that should even be treated with utmost as
urgency.
Sort of like urgency.
Yeah, it's some sense of national urgency.
Yes, urgency, because we can't be complaining. if we're talking about the masses, the masses will definitely be happy to see that we're coming down, falling down to at about 800. But of course, when you think about the economy in general, but that's why it should be something that is looked and handled with some sort of urgency, that we have so many untapped potential
in other sectors of
potential in other sectors of the economy. You know, for instance, tourism, fashion. You know, there's so many. But I'm not even going to say fashion now. But tourism is that one thing that most people, like, you're going to get lots of foreign exchange, because I mean, last year we spoke about how dirty December in Lagos, really brought in some sort of cool cash into our economy, and that shouldn't just be restricted or limited to December only, because we have January, February, March, April. Things are constantly. It should be all year round. We should be talking about, you know, people coming into the same way people are going for summer in other countries. We have lots of things. Every time I always cite Rwanda, and I talk about the fact that Rwanda doesn't even have, you know, maybe a third of what we have, not even in the least. But what they've managed to do is that with the little they've tried to make it a country that foreigners will want to come to. And what do foreigners want? They want to come to a country where it seems safe. They want to come to a country that is clean.
Exactly.
You come to Lagos, yes, you find that the clubs, I think that's where they're investing, and the clubs, the restaurants and all that, but they have that in all the space. So you want to give them something about the history. Talk about the Badagry. When you go to Badagry, Nigerians don't even want to go to Badagry Museum again, because it's in a sorry state. So we don't have a culture that actually
even the road leading to Badagry.
Yes, it's frustrating. So you don't want to come on tourism and have to go through that
state of disrepair that you couldn't just drive to Badagry.
Exactly. So there's a lot that needs to be done. The roads to the
despite
places,
its tourism potential.
We talk about Ojude Oba and how much, I mean, with the likes of youngsters like me, Pagbemi, the photographer. Recently, there've been conversations around Ojude Oba and the fact that that's no one was talking about. I mean, I've always known about Ojude Oba in Ijebu, but with technology and with social media and digital content creators like me, Pagbemi, the photographer, has put Ojude Oba on the map. But the problem now is, now they put it on the map, even the people that are from Ijebu, all of those, you know, the people that come from all over the world to Ojude Oba, that road is bad. And they're complaining about it. So it's one thing for us as Nigerians, they come, it's something like a rally to just come and they have that camaraderie. But if you want outsiders to come, it's not a fun experience.
Yeah, you have to develop
so
the infrastructure.
There's a lot that needs to be done. So we need to develop infrastructure. But let's move to other stories right now. EFCC, SEC moved to dismantle Ponzi schemes. And I know that, like I said earlier, I know that this is sort of an offshoot from what happened with CBEX, and you know, they will say things like it's only greedy people that fall for these Ponzi schemes. I don't know if you agree with that, Mr. Bastin.
Yeah, will you say really it's only greedy people that fall for this? I wouldn't, you know, say that. Everybody somehow greedy. I mean, but when it comes to is looking for looking for some kind of investment to, you know, making sure that maybe 100 naira becomes 120 naira, or maybe 200 naira becomes 240 naira. So I think for me there should be a strong regulation, because you see, yes, greedy people, but again, government has a responsibility to protecting the citizenry. Okay, so there should be enough awareness created by those who should create. For instance, Security and Exchange Commission, the CBN. The regulators of that industry, or the finance sector, should do a lot more to educate people about this thing. You understand? Because because you have a responsibility as a government to protect the people against things like this. And apart from that, they should also the EFCC has stepped in and is assuring that those who lost their money will be able to get their money back. I hope that happens.
I hope that happens, because people have put in
because beyond just, you know, assuring people that they will be able to get their money back, the EFCC should by now, the EFCC should be arresting people. Should be arresting those behind this. So how many people have been arrested so far?
I think they don't even know. I think the information is a little bit sketchy. But I have two questions for you, Mr. Bassi. First question is, are Ponzi schemes bad? Are they bad in the true sense of it?
You see, Ponzi scheme is an investment platform, right? But where people should be wary is when they tell you, if you put in, say, let's say 100 naira, for instance, that you're in the next 1 week you are going to receive 200 naira, and that's where you should begin to know what kind of investment is this? Yeah, any investment that promises you 100% return in a month, in a week, you understand, that's where people should call themselves to order. Once you see that, you should be suspicious of, no, I mean, what kind of investment is this? What would they be investing that money in to be able to, turn 100 naira into 200 naira in a month, or be able to turn 100,000 naira into 200,000 naira in a month or in a week? Okay. Ordinarily, because it's an investment platform, if you just look at it very well. Look at what they are promising you, and then ask yourself, can they deliver on this promise? And then also ask yourself, what kind of investment would they be putting this money into to be able to, bring this level of return within a short period? You understand? Maybe that's where people are saying those who are greedy, but like I said, somehow everybody's greedy when it comes to trying to make money.
I saw on social media that some young man they had to lay off all of his staff because a lady posted, I don't know how true it is, but a lady posted on social media saying that the boss of the company had to lay off all of the staff because they had invested their salaries into CBEX.
Can you imagine?
So now it won't be able to pay, so he had to let all of them go. And that was information.
Those are the kind of people or company that EFCC should go after.
Yes,
because
why
will you put a staff salary in such? Why not give them what their earnings and then let them go and manage it themselves? Why do you put that into? So, that's why I'm saying that by now EFCC should be going after people. We should by now hear that 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 people have been arrested in connection with this. But this is not the first time. But I think the question we should ask is, will you ever stop? Are we going to see the end of Ponzi scheme? Because you remember MMM?
Yes, MMM was
several other in the past. Especially, there were so many of them in 2016. I think MMM was 2016. There were several others in 2016.
There will always be this
in various forms, So, but the bottom line is that people should just be cautious. When they overpromise, be cautious. When they tell you, okay, if you put in 1,000 naira, you are going to get 2,000 naira within. Just be cautious. Don't just take all of your money and put into it. In any case, there's also the need for people to diversify their investment portfolios. Don't just I have 200,000 naira. Oh, this one, just put 200,000.
And that's why
you put 20,000 naira there? And then put another 20,000 naira somewhere else. Put another 20,000 naira somewhere. Just don't carry all of your eggs in one basket, like they say. If anything happens to the basket, you lose all your eggs.
And that's why it said that it's for people that are greedy, because the reason why people would go, or the people that go and put all their eggs, because of the promise that it has been made.
It is that promise that I'm saying. It is that promise that you should be wary about.
This is a huge risk I'm willing to take. Now, this same person, you might be even talking to them about real estate or some other form of investment, but that will not be important to them at that point, because they are thinking, oh, this one, if I'm going to put this, I'm going to get this back in 1 month or this, and then they'll just feel like suddenly their risk appetite just goes over the roof, and then they won't take it. And that's where I think the little bit of greed comes in. But we've talked a lot about the economy, because really that's what Business Day is about. So that's why I wanted us to focus on those stories that had a lot to do with, the business side and economy. Let's see what we have on the Business Day paper this morning. The Business Day paper also has quite an interesting spread. It says parents spend 33.6 million naira per child as education turns luxury. It says public education from primary to university goes as low as 1.4 million naira. And I saw someone on social media, because I do look out for some of these things and just catch the pulse of how the people see things on social media. And I saw someone post on social media some days ago saying that, you know, having to pay 600,000 naira for his child's crèche is not sitting down well with him. And truly, I thought about it. Truly, education is now luxury, because if I'm paying 600,000 naira for my child's crèche, I'm thinking about it and I can't even make it. Crèche, just crèche. And I'm thinking about it like, oh
that child has
my
not even
goodness.
started.
Yes, we're just starting a baby, just to carry them and you know, just keep them and just so because you want to go to work because you, and I'm just wondering, what are the alternatives now?
Okay, so Elizabeth, we really don't have time, but just before we begin to talk about the story or the front page of Business Day, there's one story I would have loved us to touch, which is, for me, I consider very important, and that is the killings, you know, that we are having in Plateau, in Benue,
State. Yes, yes.
I think that as a country, it saddens my heart to see that people are just being killed, and then there seems to be no stoppage, you know. So and then people have called out Mr. President, who's in France, to say, look, Mr. President, please can you cut short your vacation and return
because
home?
It's tone deaf to be traveling at this time.
It look as if Nigerians in Plateau and Benue have been abandoned, and that is very, very sad. And I think that government, the NSA, the Minister of Defense, the security chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, I haven't seen that level of noise that I would have expected to see. You know, so it's so sad. At that you know, kind of rage, I would have loved to see government people, those in government, you know, showing at this time. I'm disappointed. I'm not seeing that level of you know, rage. I expect them to do more. And if you ask me, I will also join my voice to those who are asking Mr. President, please, Mr. President, come back home. We need you right now. I mean, to take charge of this as the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, that's that. I just felt we should, you know, touch
yes,
that.
I completely, and it's important that you actually took us back there, because
I
it's
watched,
really tone deaf.
I think it was yesterday, I watched them being buried, and people were just, you know, just being, you know, bodies, you know, done in the mass grave. It's broke my heart yesterday. Now, but let's look at the story on Business Day. It is what it is, Elizabeth. When you have a country where the public education system has almost collapsed, I think we can say has collapsed. You understand? So people are now just looking for a way to give their children what they believe is quality education, and where is that they turn to public, private school. And so you have a parent who, from, like you said, from nursery to primary to secondary to tertiary institution, people are just going to private schools. And these private schools are, you know, making a hell of money, you know, just cashing in. And the parents are, because you including me, I'm already thinking of, you know, putting my daughter in a private university, because you don't want to take her to where you are not sure that in the next 4 years she'll be out of school. I think that's what is driving this. Unfortunately, infrastructure in public universities are so bad.
But
and then you have crowd. You have a situation where students are sitting by the window, standing by the doors. The lecturers are not motivated and not encouraged. A lot of times there is strike that can go on for as long as 9 months, 1 year. A course that is supposed to take 4 years is now expanding to 7 years. So people don't want that anymore, and so that's what we are seeing. Business Day has brought to the fore in the front page.
So you don't want to take a chance on our public educational sector?
Not in the form that we have it today, right? Yes, we went to public schools, but maybe at that time it was better than what it is today. But so what I'm saying is that every day it is getting worse, and we are not seeing that level of investment that we would have loved to see gone into public education system in Nigeria. And Unfortunately, you have those in government who are supposed to make those investments. Of course, those people in the private sector should also help anyway, but you have those in government whose responsibility it is to strengthen public education system, moving their children out of Nigeria to attend schools outside the country, and so they are abandoning their responsibility, which is to strengthen public education system, make sure that the lecturers stay in class and whatnot. So that's what you are seeing on the front page of Business Day is a fallout of the abdication of a responsibility by those who are supposed to take care of
the
those
reality of
areas.
things.
So it is what it is. And so parents are now being forced to pay millions, to be able to train their children.
Wow.
Which is quite sad. It shouldn't be so, and it is not so in other clients.
Other clients, right? We have to go to the curtain of the day, but very quickly, resilient insurance tap innovation to drive growth, and that's just something that came up with us of the backdrop of the conference we had yesterday, the insurance conference organized by Business Day. There were lots of conversations about how insurance companies are tapping into innovation to drive growth for their companies. The panel sessions, the keynotes, all the conversations sort of just kept on going around the circle of innovation, and just trying to make, there was an AI company that spoke about how they're also trying to integrate technology to make to be, while they are like the middleman between the insurers and the customers, they also are trying to integrate technology. So there are conversations about innovation, and I think it's really important. So you need to grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper to read more on that story. But let's see what we have on the curtain of the day today. Just one word: insecurity, which is what you had spoken about. Just one word. It needs no introduction.
Yeah, what you are seeing, the cartoonist has done a great job here. You can see what look like blood, right?
And then you can see someone peeping from the back.
You can see
of course, we know that's the president.
That looks like a peeping from the back. So it's like, which is why I said earlier on, I didn't even see this cartoon before. And what I'm saying is like, Mr. President, Mr. President, just come back home. I mean, we can't afford to have Nigerians dying, being killed every day. It's like somebody, you can see Mr. President peeping from the back. So it's like you are somewhere. You are somewhere
and then
peeping.
all of this bloodshed.
No, we need you to be at the forefront to be able to stop this. We can't just have this.
We can't.
It's terrible. They are human beings. And in any case, it's the whole essence of why there is government. It's basically to protect lives and property. Welfare of citizens. That's the reason, that's the essence of God. So if we really just want to ask and plead that those who are in charge should do something to solve this.
They certainly must do something. Thank you very much, Mr. Joshua Bassi, for your time this morning. Truly insightful speaking with you on the front page and analyzing the front page of the newspaper this morning. But we have to go now. Thank you so much. Up next is the big story. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the
watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to provide key insight into topics crucial to shaping our nation and our economy. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we're exploring global trade and the effect of President Donald Trump's tariffs imposition. Trump's administration in the United States has triggered what many across the world now refer to as the tariff wars, and that this is following the imposition of different percentages of tariffs on goods exported to the United States. This is seen creating some form of disequilibrium in the global trade, as many of the countries affected are slamming retaliatory tariffs on United States goods coming to their countries. While African countries are not left out, goods from Nigeria to the United States in particular are slammed with a 14% tariff. Today we're asking questions on how this development impacts Africa. How is the continent positioning itself to either benefit or defend itself against the tariff war, and what is the way forward? To address these issues and so much more, we're being joined virtually by Professor Ken Ife. Professor Ken Ife is a distinguished economist and a global trade analyst. He's also the lead consultant on private sector development to the ECOWAS Commission. You're welcome to the show, Professor Ken Ife.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you. Now, let me start by asking you this, Prof. Does this tariff war give you any sort of concern? I imagine it does. And should Africa and Nigeria be worried about it?
It's a matter of great concern. And I think both parties have to be extremely worried about the consequences. But let me begin by saying that when Trump was being sworn in, and the following week, when he was addressing the Davos, the World Economic Forum, I was simultaneously on Arise analyzing the thing. And there were two things that I said. I said there are three major crises facing the world. One is the third world, in the order of immediacy. One was the Third World War, because it was just about to break out. Russia was just holding on for Trump to come in. The second one is a global trade war, which, as you've seen, has crystallized. The third one is a currency war. So what happened was that Trump did his homework for these 4 years and decided that he's going to avoid a third world war because America will be hit devastatingly. And he knows that. He knows that not only that the war will be fought on American mainland, but there's a big risk that all the American carriers in the high sea can be taken out overnight. So he decided to get Russia on their side and then tackle China. And China is the epitome of the global trade war. So that is why he's doing what he's doing. But let me tell you one thing. In 1930, American farmers were out on the street protesting about the influx of food from Europe. So American government hastily placed a 6% tariff on those goods. And what happened afterwards was a reaction. The Europe now retaliated, and it ended not in recession, but in the greatest global depression ever seen. Now, we're not talking about 6%. We're talking about 125, 145%. We're talking about something different, and it's not just about against Europe, it's against the entire world. So the consequences are things that we are going to discuss if we have time. But I can tell you straight away that there will be major consequences for Nigeria and Africa on the fiscal side, much more devastating on the monetary side, then the trade policy side, the industrial policy side, investment side, employment side, and the growth forecast. Every macroeconomic parameter will be hit. You understand? And I want to tell you also that it's going to be hit even before the 14% comes in. We're already taking it because we are an import-dependent economy. It's already hitting us because we're an import-dependent economy. Now, let me fill up a little more gap. In the same period, Americans' foreign policy used to come, or trade policy was under constant flux.
because different legislators were fighting the corners of whatever manufacturing sector dominates their states and region. So they decided to give power to the president. So they gave him wide powers over trade policy. That's why he's doing it without recourse to Senate or Congress. Now, secondly, the man is dreaming about last century America, where tariff was accounting for 80% of the revenue. Now it's only 4%. And in 1945, America set up a global trading system and then set up Bretton Woods institutions, of which World Bank, IMF, WTO. In fact, WTO came in as a successor to the General Agreement on Trade and Tariff, which was rolled over in 1995 to GWTO. China entered around 2000, 2001. And the moment they entered, America started complaining. All right, so that is the genesis of it. But I have to tell you this. No country has benefited more from this global trading system than America. America is 4% of world population, but America is punching above their weight. They account for 13.5% of global trade. They account for their currency, dollar, which is going to be the third war. The third global war that will be on currency. Their currency, 84% of transactions, global transactions, financial transactions are done in dollar. 60% of global debt are denominated in dollar. 59% of global reserves, foreign reserves, are kept in dollar. And America's GDP is about 25% of world GDP. But when you look down on that, their 13.5% control of regional trade, very small is to do with goods. Over 80% are services. And they think that you can raise tariff on goods for a company or country and they will not hit you back on services. Even if you look at the GDP of America, you see that the industry is 18%, manufacturing is only 10%, and then the rest of it are services. Most of it, over 80%. And also when Mitt Romney and Obama in 2012 were campaigning in Texas, they all were blaming China for the lack of jobs in the manufacturing job meltdown. They were blaming China, and they were blaming China. Because in America, there was automation in the car factory. The second, the Americans were not investing in car, in automation. They went to China elsewhere to invest. And then there was a demographic shift. All of these factors that caused this problem in 2000 are not being addressed. So this man just thinks he will bring back tariff and everybody will come down to America. If you take a car has no less than 200 parts. All these parts are sourced from all over the world. So if you're telling a company to come and rejig and do it in America, it will take 5, 10, 15 years before they can relocate. And if all the parts of a car are made in America, nobody can afford to buy that car except American billionaires and American millionaires because they will be so expensive. One more, America is the richest country in the world. Their income per capita, GDP per capita is $89,000. The third and fourth and fifth, which are Japan and all these other Europe, they're all about 40,000, 45,000, nowhere near American consumption. So America consumes. They consume and they borrow. China produces and saves money. China has over 6 trillion in their reserve. So what happens is that America has about $34 trillion debt. About 8.5 trillion of that is from other countries. So when a country is making money, they can borrow from you. And then what happens is that all this borrowing and borrowing, they will never repay their debt. They will only print more dollars. So when they decided to transit from gold standard in 1960-something to dollar, nobody fought them. Because they were far too powerful. They just did it. But now the world has learned to go the other way. And then what they're saying is this. In fact, when he was making the announcement, I said, look, I thought he was going to say that America is leaving WTO. Just walk away. Why are you just suspending funding, going there, and then you want to have one leg here and one leg there, and come out so that the remaining 84.5% can go ahead and do their own business and continue to maintain under the WTO, the globalization agenda. So that is disruptive, but it's going to fall flat on his face. That is the thought. That is the
Right, Prof. We have seen that China and other advanced economies standing up to President Trump by imposing retaliatory tariffs on the United States imports into their countries. Now, do you think that this is the way for them to go? And do you think that Africa is positioned to do the same thing?
Forget Africa hasn't even got a chance for on any of this thing, neither Nigeria. These countries can flex their muscle, yes, but I think they're even doing the more important one, which is to attack him on the third agenda. Because the third agenda is currency war. So Canadian Prime Minister went to Europe and told them, look, I'm being owed $350 billion. That's what I invested in US Treasury bill. Yeah, look, EU, you are 1.5 trillion. Japan, 1.7 trillion. Already, China has dropped down their 1 trillion. So he was telling them, let us all do it at once, so that this man will know that we are serious. And that's exactly what they did. Within 2 days, they started cashing their treasury bills. Now, what that means instantly, once you take out your bill, that what happens immediately is about supply and demand. The price rises, the yield goes up immediately. And because any other thing you want to buy, you're going to buy it at a higher rate and all of that stuff. So that is what is going on. So they are seeing massive attack on their reserves, on their holdings. And that's a big signal because the stock market is collapsing on top of that, and then bad signals, and then all that. That is to even talk about, and I take you to Ronald Reagan. In 25th of April, 1987, Donald Reagan warned America, please don't forget the lessons of the past, the Depression. That whenever you build a high tariff wall, what you are actually doing is that you are insulating your businesses, and then you are drawing them to be more dependent on government. And in that way, you start subsidizing them. They will stop innovating, they will stop inventions and all that stuff. They will become less competitive, and their prices go up and up and up to a point where even the domestic consumers will reject their product and start looking for substitute products and end up losing all those jobs you think you are protecting. And secondly, when the countries impose tariff on retaliate, America is going to lose 5 million jobs that are export related, and they're also going to lose 5 million jobs that are import related. So you already have 10 million going to have to fight you. So this is exactly where he is walking into. He's walking into a trap. Before the countries start even talking about reversing the traffic, no, they are coming in with like a ton of bricks, and they are making sure that the third war is also fought concurrently. So what this man is trying to do is to, push this confusion, and they start negotiating with countries. And part of the implicit negotiation term is you got to keep dollar on the thing. And they know this. These people know that game is up. I have to tell you this. All this has happened in 2018. China became so powerful economically that they were keeping them away from foreign reserve, from IMF basket of currencies. So in 2018, they now admitted China into the yuan, into the basket of currency. And as soon as they got admitted as a reserve currency, countries started taking reserves in yuan. Nigeria took 4.5% of our reserve in yuan. And then it was now followed by currency swap. So you can see how they have liberated other countries. So they are now doing that. And now you have BRICS that are now saying, we're going to move away. We're going to move to gold standard, not just gold, every other sensitive, high quality metal will come into the mix. So countries are scrambling, they're going away. And you can see that half the world population is gone away with BRICS. And then 80%, 84% of world trade is going to walk away. It's not going to be easy. And when you push people to walk away and enter into new agreements, when you change your mind, they are not coming back. It doesn't happen because they don't trust you anymore. He doesn't know this at all. He thinks it's this reality show business. That is what he thinks is happening on global trade. He's far from it.
Right. And Professor Ken Ife, many people are expressing some sort of fear about the possibility of a global recession. From everything that you've said so far, do you share the same sentiment that this could lead us to a possible global recession?
Without a doubt. Now, let me get down to statistics. Already, WTO has predicted that the trade war between America and China will cause 90% reduction in the trade between the two. America's export into China is $150 billion, about $140-something billion. Chinese export into America is $450 billion. Between the two of them is $600 billion. Now, what you are seeing is about $500 billion worth of goods that have been produced, already paid for, that are in the production line, are going to be looking for another market for them. 500 billion, just from China alone. You know what that means? Two things are going to happen, are already happening. China is bringing down their currency. They are devaluing their currency. You know what that means that all these goods coming from China will become extremely cheaper. It could be cheaper by 10% or by 20%. Secondly, China is going to be subsidizing their companies that are exporting those goods to be able to dump them. That means also predatory pricing. No, I'm not talking about just dumping of substandard goods, predatory pricing, penetration pricing. So what happens is that Nigerian traders, the notorious Nigerian traders, are going to be scrambling from every dollar they can find anywhere to import those things that are coming in extremely cheap. And there's no price regulation in Nigeria or in many African countries. So they're all going to have a pass-through, inflation pass-through, and the prices will go because they want to make money. Now, let me tell you what happens after that. With that dollar being demanded, central bank, once you demand and supply, then the exchange rate goes up. You notice it is now from 1,545, now it's about 1,605. It's going to be going up, incrementally, going up. And when it goes up, what happens? Central bank will go to the reserves, foreign reserve, to be able to fight to defend Naira. Now that means pressure on foreign reserves. Tell you another one. Now I have oil price coming down. Our benchmark was $75. I have attacked ministers, everybody. Reduce this thing to 70 to 65. They refused. They went with it. Now the crude price is 60. It goes up 61, 62. It comes down to is down. And then the production volume in the budget was $2 million barrel per day. And then we are doing 1.4, 1.5, 1.56. Now the issue is this. I have calculated the fiscal impact, and it came to 36% reduction in government revenue coming from oil. Then I calculated worst case scenario, it came to 56%. Now, let me tell you what that means. First of all, our crude is being drilled at $30 per barrel. Already we have securitized a substantial amount of our crude for the next 5 years with Afrexim Bank. So what more is going to be left? Whatever is left is not going to be enough for Dangote's refinery or to these refineries. So there is a storm that is coming, shortage of dollars coming into the economy. Government will be looking for dollars frantically to service our debt. Our debt deficit, according to is $5.2 billion, what we will require to service our debts this year. $5.2 billion. That's what we need. So now, let me put this on top of a crisis that we're already sitting on. We're already sitting on the fact that all these debts you are looking at are long-term borrowing on concessionary rates of about 2%, 3%, other small rates. But what are we using to service them? We are using high-interest, short-term dollar-denominated bonds. In other words, this euro bond, which you are getting at 10%. How can you be taking short-term 1 year 10% to service long-term concessionary rates? That is a mismatch. And that is what sent Silicon Bank, America, into bankruptcy. So you have that problem. Then you have problem of shortage of the dollar to finance it. You have the pressure that you're going to central bank again to ask for dollar from their reserve, and you're going to be issuing more instruments in dollars. So it is not going to be easy. I want to tell you that it's not going to be easy. I know there is trade tariff of 14%. Why are you going there? What are you going to do? What are we doing with America is oil. We don't even have enough to give Dangote. So that's the issue. You have small trade of, maybe about 4 billion naira or some trillion naira, which is food and non-oil something. But already man is saying that they will lose 2 trillion out of that 4.5 trillion that they were exporting. But that is based on the number that is if 14% materializes. Now, let me tell you, why America can hit you directly. We're not really supposed to hit America directly because we are part of ECOWAS common external tariff. In ECOWAS common external tariff, we have band 0, which is mainly for agricultural produce. We have band 1, which is 5%, which is usually about machineries, agricultural machinery. Then you have band 2, the third one, which is 10%. Then you have 20%, band 4, and then you have band 5, 35%, which is to placate Nigeria. So you have all those, but you can't break ranks from a tariff agreement with the rest of us because it's tariff for the outside world. So you cannot target America outside the framework of that tariff. What you can do is to invoke the levy instrument and say, okay, if I want to target American sugar, rice, and the wheat, then I'm going to put 10% or 15% or 10% levy. So that levy is not about tariff. It has to be levy. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. So levy instrument is what ECOWAS allows you to use to augment. If based on the principle of ad valorem. So it is the instrument you can use. You use it selectively. But it is not, in fact, if you try it, they will punish you more because they're going to take away all the aids. They're going to squeeze, do what South Africa is in trouble with them. So and then they will come for your president, they will come for your minister, they will come for all the people's officials. They will start releasing information about them here and there, seizing their property, banning their business. So it's better to lie low and do what you need to do, which is to look inwards and then rally around your production capacity, local production capacities, and then export to Africa and ECOWAS under the trade Africa Continental Free Trade so that you can build your own capacity, raise your internal the intra-region from 14 to 20, 30, 40, 50. Europe is in 70%. That's the way to salvation, not to fight trade. You don't have control. You haven't even revised your trade policy. The one we did, the last one was 2005. The one we did in 2012, I wrote the trade facilitation chapter, was never passed to the effect. So what policy are you talking about? We have to go and have a trade policy, lodge it with WTO, defend it, and then come and say you want to implement it. Otherwise, you are working under the framework of ECOWAS. So, it's not easy. So we shouldn't be rearing our head and they're saying we'll do this, you do that. You just stay out and watch and focus on your domestic challenges because the thing is too much, what we are facing. I mean, I can give you one example of how you can respond. You don't have infrastructure. You don't have power. What can you manufacture without power? The name of the game is add value to areas of natural comparative advantage and also areas of competitive advantage, because competitive may not be natural resources. The natural resources God has endowed you with is agroecology, only second to DR Congo. And then you can grow all kinds of crops. You eat mango, throw it in a way, it will germinate. It doesn't happen in many other countries. Then you now have so you can process, agro-process. You have solid minerals, 44 in mineable quantity, including gold in 6 locations. Come on, produce this and then put them to the central bank for their reserve. In fact, that 33 trillion ways and means, if you had used it to buy the gold in Zamfara and all of that, and keep it in the vaults of central bank, we wouldn't be where we are today. So you got to focus on that. And that's what BRICS are doing. They're buying, see all the collapse in the capital market, all meant gain to gold. So this is they're going. They're going on metals. So we're going to go that way and then stop doing all these things, reduce your exposure to the dollar. When you're doing transactional trade using the Afrexim Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, you are removing the impact on dollar. When you do more swap with China, you are reducing your hemorrhage on dollar. So in that way, you create your own pathway to survival. Companies like Dangote in the petrochemical industry that have invested $20 billion. What you should be doing is go and talk to them. Talk to them and create an ecosystem, petrochemical ecosystem of about $100 billion. They've already put $20 billion on the ground. Go and bring 4,000, 5,000 Nigerian companies in that area of petrochemical, and then they will work, they provide their own power. So that, and they will have a reliable lead company, and you build them against them. I tell you why that is possible. If you look at Texas has 32 refineries. Texas has 5,000 petrochemical related industries in Texas. Texas refines 3.2 million barrels a day. Texas have the gas reserve, the energy, the barrels of reserve they have is about 20 billion. Nigeria is 37.5 billion. So you are not breaking any Guinness Book of Record. You are using your strength. In the same way, those who are in cement come around there building material, then those who are in other processing companies go and cluster around them because they already have overcome the energy challenge. They are in their own ecosystem. Get MSMEs. What Nigeria has is 42 million MSMEs out of 90 million in Africa. We are 48% of African entrepreneurship, whereas our population is only 18%. Our economy is only 15%. So can you not see? Entrepreneurship is a latent competitive advantage for Nigeria. If you say you want to do government program, instead of sharing money here and there, thinking, no, tell these 42 million people, what do you want from me to employ one person each, so that in a month's time, they will employ 42 million people. Give them money for training the people. Give them money for holding them in employment or apprenticeship. They will create it easier. It's easier for somebody that has a business to take one more person than for you to be going around and telling people to clean gutter and you pay them salary. This is just some of the thinking.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. You've done justice to these questions. You've even painted a picture of some of the opportunities that we can take advantage of as Nigeria and for Africa. I mean, you've spoken a whole lot, but just before I let you go, we've seen that conversations around Ponzi schemes. I'm sure you've read about the latest one, CBEX, that seemed to have crashed and put so many people in agony. How best do you think that Nigeria can tackle this issue of Ponzi schemes? Over the years, we've continued, from MMM to now CBEX, we continue to see these things happening over and over again. What do you think that the authorities can do to tackle these issues of these schemes?
Ponzi scheme is like insecurity in Nigeria. And then you're asking me, how are you going to solve insecurity in Nigeria? If you can double the number of policemen from 200 and something thousand to 1 million, quadruple it, you can get more soldiers, double them, they will not stop the insecurity. It is when it becomes a collective business that the communities rise against it, that the communities do something about it. Because those insecurity people belong to communities and they enter communities, so they know them, they see them when they come in and they do something. And areas where they have succeeded or failed to succeed, like there are some patches in the north where they couldn't succeed. It is because the communities came together and decided, no, we can't bring Quran or drink Quran. They all swear all kinds of things. And there's some arm themselves, whatever. There are so many measures. In Ponzi scheme, if the people that want to do these things must come under regulation, and they are not registered with SEC, they are not registered with central bank. Come on, so what are you doing with them? What are you doing with an exercise that is illegal because it's not under any regulation? SEC is not regulating them, central bank is not regulating them, because central bank does monthly risk-based supervision, and then they do those with NDIC that guarantees 50% of the money deposited will be returned to you. All those kind of things, you don't have that. They use prudential guidelines, and then in the SEC, they also have their own instruments, monitoring instruments. If you're not that, so what are you going to do? The people that are involved in this are also hiding it both from their friends and then also from the authorities. So how do you expect them to know to do something? That is the problem. It's the users. It is about our greed, the propensity to get rich quick. And then somebody comes and tells you, we'll give you 50% interest, and then he'll give you up front. There are some you can do. Go and buy treasury bills because they will give it up and it has sovereign guarantee. But they print more naira. So that's like America doing us now on their trade. They are owing everybody in the world, and then they will go and print more dollars. So that is my simple take on this. It's a very complicated issue, but I don't want to go into all that round bend, going around and around the bend. That's why I've told you what needs to be done.
Thank you very much, Professor Ken Ike, for your time this morning on our Big Story. Truly insightful speaking with you, and we'd love to have you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
And that does it this morning on the Big Story. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really make business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
In Nigeria, the changes are perhaps more striking. Inflation has recently eased to less alarming levels. The exchange rate has receded, and foreign exchange reserves have been largely reconstituted. In terms of uncertainty and turbulence, two partners with shared values regarding a predictable, rules-based multilateral trading and international investment system should seek each other's company. And that is where Belgium and Nigeria can meet. Belgium as an extremely open economy, a founding father of the EU and a headquarter to many of its institutions. Nigeria as the initiator of ECOWAS exactly 50 years ago, and as the most populous and biggest economy within West Africa. In the memorable year 2024, cocoa overtook crude oil for the first time as Nigeria's main export product to Belgium. In the course of that same year, a Nigerian expert took part in an exchange of expertise event organized by my ministry's think tank, the Egmont Institute, in the wake of the World Cocoa Conference that was equally held in Brussels. Our embassy visited the Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria in Ibadan, and the Belgian investment company in developing countries ventured into exploring Nigeria's cocoa sector. While Nigerian and Belgian universities keep cooperating in the field of crop improvement and pest resistance. It's all about connecting the dots at all levels. In November 2025, about the time when our embassy will move its offices from Maitama to the EU compound, in Central Business District, Flanders Investment and Trade and VOCA, the umbrella organization for Flemish entrepreneurs, will launch a trade mission from Belgium's most populous and most prosperous region into Nigeria. They will visit Lagos and Abuja with a focus on first movers in the agricultural and food sector in a broad sense, from 3 to 7 November 2025. The dates were actually communicated today itself. I say enjoy the party, but I would first give the floor for a goodwill message to the Minister of Regional Development, if he would grant us with that honor. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I'm glad to be associated with the Belgian embassy. We've had a very good relationship. At least last year we were here, and surprisingly, it's been too fast. I was surprised when I was sent the invitation. I realized it's 1 year already. That signifies that so many good things are happening. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost track of the months that ruled by. Let me say that Nigeria and Belgium enjoys a warm relationship, and the Nigerian businesses and the Belgian business community also have a wonderful relationship. I want to hope that all of us guests will enjoy the evening and continue to pray that God keeps us alive to witness Him next year. Thank you and good evening.
From the EU Nigeria Agribusiness Platform. This platform is supported by the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS. And I want to thank the ambassador for hosting us this evening and to thank our friends from the Belgium Chamber of Commerce. Now, the EU Nigeria Agribusiness Platform basically exists to expand trade and investment between Nigeria and the 27 EU countries. And for Belgium, like the ambassador said, we've seen that the import from Nigeria now, it's basically cocoa. Cocoa is assuming a high dimension. So we're zeroing in on cocoa. We're checking the statistics just recently. We saw that Belgium imported 4.2 billion euros of cocoa products from around the world, but imported 146 million euros from Nigeria. So you can see that there's a huge scope to expand trade and investment between Nigeria and Belgium in cocoa sector. And we're going to be working with the chamber. We're looking forward to the forum in October to do sideline events, organize Nigerian state actors and private sector actors to do engagements with Belgium actors so that we can secure offtake, we can secure technical assistance to increase and improve our production of cocoa products to Belgium and to Europe. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to be here. We're happy to sign this partnership, and we look forward to expanding engagement with Belgium in the area of cocoa and also even shea nut. Nigeria is the second largest producer of shea nut in the world. We're first actually, but we're not in the value-added market. So these are scopes for us to expand engagement between the two countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We look forward to enjoying the evening together. Thank you.
From scarcity to food security. And it's really our pleasure to welcome you to this wonderful occasion.
BusinessDay Media Limited held the Future of Agriculture Conference 2025 on the 27th of March. The conference brought together industry leaders, policymakers, and investors under one roof to discuss how to unlock Nigeria's agricultural potential. This year's edition, themed Moving Nigeria from Scarcity to Food Security, implored the government to invest in the agricultural sector of the economy by empowering farmers and providing more infrastructure. In his welcome address, the publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Ibohun, emphasized that Nigeria faces a pressing need to transform its food system, with people experiencing severe food insecurity.
Lagos has perhaps the largest population of all the states in Nigeria and recognizes that the people must feed. They will work in industries, work in aviation, but their life every day starts from a good breakfast. And it's for that reason that I commend the foresight of the governor and of the cabinet of Lagos State for choosing to be light in what is easily mostly darkness in Nigeria.
While speaking at the event, the Honorable Commissioner of the Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems, Abisola Olusonya, representing the Governor of Lagos, Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, said agriculture is the cornerstone of Nigeria's economy, contributing approximately 22% to the GDP and employing around 36% of the labor force.
It is an honor to join you today at the BusinessDay Future of Agriculture Conference 2025, a timely gathering addressing the critical theme, moving Nigeria from scarcity to food security. This dialogue is not just a conversation, it is a call to action as we confront the escalating food security crisis in Nigeria, where an estimated 31.8 million people face severe food insecurity back in 2024. As Governor of Lagos State, I am acutely aware of our unique challenges and responsibilities. Our megacity consumes over 30% of Nigeria's food supply while producing less than 15% locally. This imbalance underscores the critical need for innovative solutions and collaborative efforts across all levels of government and the private sector.
The conference captured various key and solid panel sessions, all speaking critically towards the theme.
Driving a tractor is like driving a Dangote trailer. It's not the same. It's not like driving a car. Oh, somebody told me last week, said the tractor is an angry machine. He's very angry. I told some young ladies, so about half of the people are training in Texas are women. Climb on this tractor and you don't want. But it's an angry machine. It's crying, it's zooming. But we need to train people to be able to manage these things. We work 1 hectare, which again, the way we describe it to smallholder farmers and other farmers is 1 hectare is like the size of a football field. But then it's bigger than a football field. Tell able-bodied men, we work that land for a day, 8 hours a day, to actually plow it. 1 hectare. But do you know that a 75 horsepower will do 5 of that in a day?
We also got a chance to speak to some of the speakers behind the scenes, and they shared their summations.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money, they can see the passion, I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset denomination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work on a scale.
It reinforces the fact that stakeholders need to meet, to discuss, and forge a way forward, and particularly planning towards the future, which this conference is all about. The future of agriculture is propitious, but we need to plan, we need to talk about it, and most importantly, hammering on getting on action. Yeah.
My major takeaway from this event is that if, again, all the stakeholders can collaborate and they mean it, it's possible to make Nigeria so food secure.
My major takeaways from this event would be that, number one, we have actors who are really practicing within the space. And when I say actors, you're talking about from farmers themselves to those who are in the finance sector. And these are people who truly are catering to the people within the space, so they know what they're talking about. Number two, I'm very happy, again, like I mentioned earlier, it is a systemic solution that must be adopted. And a systemic solution means we cannot work in silos. We must cater to the issues surrounding logistics. We must cater to the issues surrounding storage. We must cater to the issues issues surrounding credit and finance and insurance and financial accessibility. We must cater to production itself. We must cater to climatic issues regarding ESG and what have you. We must cater to water resources even being made available. So when you put all of this together in one full basket and solutions are tailored to each and every one of them, but in congruence with one another, then we'll start to have the right kind of solutions to the entire problem. The bottom line at the end of the day is food availability. What is food availability? It is when food is made available at the right price, in the right quantity, at the right time, to the right consumers. And this is where markets also come in. Markets help to harmonize all of these efforts together. And for you and I, that comes up to us in the form of pricing and in the form of the freshness and wholeness of the food. So this is what we are doing in Lagos State Government, and I'm very happy that what BusinessDay is doing here today, it just harmonizes for us all of our efforts in the last couple of years.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale, because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector, you bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate, because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table.
Since inception, the BusinessDay Future of Agriculture Conference 2025 has been a crucial tool for insightful deliberations on the growth of the Nigerian agricultural sector, and the organizers remain relentless in making sure that the conference addresses the nation's pressing needs as they arise. Norma Obuna for BusinessDay Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums, for for almost the last 14 years. I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
From scarcity to food security, and it's really our pleasure to welcome you to this wonderful occasion.
BusinessDay Media Limited held the Future of Agriculture Conference 2025 on the 27th of March. The conference brought together industry leaders, policymakers, and investors under one roof to discuss how to unlock Nigeria's agricultural potential. This year's edition, themed Moving Nigeria from Scarcity to Food Security, implored the government to invest in the agricultural sector of the economy by empowering farmers and providing more infrastructure. In his welcome address, the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibohun, emphasized that Nigeria faces a pressing need to transform its food system, with people experiencing severe food insecurity.
Lagos has perhaps the largest population of all the states in Nigeria and recognizes that the people must feed. They will work in industries, work in aviation, but their life every day starts from a good breakfast. And it's for that reason that I commend the foresight of the governor and of the cabinet of Lagos State for choosing to be light in what is easily mostly darkness in Nigeria.
While speaking at the event, the Honorable Commissioner of the Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems, Abisola Olusonya, representing the Governor of Lagos, Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, said agriculture is the cornerstone of Nigeria's economy, contributing approximately 22% to the GDP and employing around 36% of the labor force.
It is an honor to join you today at the Business Day Future of Agriculture Conference 2025, a timely gathering addressing the critical theme, moving Nigeria from scarcity to food security. This dialogue is not just a conversation, it is a call to action as we confront the escalating food security crisis in Nigeria, where an estimated 31.8 million people face severe food insecurity back in 2024. As Governor of Lagos State, I am acutely aware of our unique challenges and responsibilities. Our megacity consumes over 30% of Nigeria's food supply while producing less than 15% locally. This imbalance underscores the critical need for innovative solutions and collaborative efforts across all levels of government and the private sector.
The conference captured various key and solid panel sessions, all speaking critically towards the theme.
Driving a tractor is like driving a Dangote trailer. It's not the same. It's not like driving a car. Oh, somebody told me last week, said the tractor is an angry machine. He's very angry. I told some young ladies, so about half of the people are training in Kefi and Kapta are women. Climb on this tractor and you don't want. But it's an angry machine. It's crying, it's zooming. But we need to train people to be able to manage these things. We work 1 hectare, which again, the way we describe it to smallholder farmers and rural farmers is 1 hectare is like the size of a football field. But then it's bigger than a football field. Tell able-bodied men, we work that land for a day, 8 hours a day, to actually plow it. 1 hectare. But do you know that a 75 horsepower will do 5 of that in a day?
We also got a chance to speak to some of the speakers behind the scenes, and they shared their summations.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money, they can see the passion, I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset denomination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri-systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work in a scale.
It reinforces the fact that stakeholders need to be.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making the headlines this morning. EU eyes Nigeria's solid minerals to diversify trade. EFCC, SEC to dismantle Ponzi schemes. CBEX investors will get their money back, EFCC assures. United States raises tariffs on China to 245% as trade war escalates. Arsenal dump Real Madrid to reach Champions League semi-finals. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the European Union has expressed keen interest in expanding trade and investment of member countries to Nigeria's solid mineral sector. EU Ambassador to Nigeria and Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, Gautier Mignon, revealed this during a courtesy visit to Dele Alake, the Minister of Solid Minerals Development in Abuja. A statement by the ministry stated that the ambassador commended ongoing efforts to reposition Nigeria's mining sector, noting that the EU delegation seeks to better understand the industry and explore areas of mutual interest and collaboration. Alake also revealed Nigeria's readiness to engage with EU member states and investors to unlock the vast potential of a solid minerals to shared prosperity. Moving on, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission have vowed to hunt down operators of Ponzi schemes nationwide. The federal government agencies declared this on Wednesday following the collapse of the digital asset platform, CBEX. The Director General of SEC, Emo Motimi Agama, speaking during a live television program, vowed that the commission would hunt down the fraudsters. The DG maintained that SEC had continuously warned Nigerians against investing in schemes that are too good to be true. Still on, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has assured that individuals who invested in the CBEX digital trading platform will get their money back. The EFCC revealed that it was already tracking the CBEX trading platform before the recent public outcry. The platform, which promised investors a 100% return on investment, began experiencing trouble last weekend as many could no longer withdraw their funds. According to reports, aggrieved investors had on Monday, April 13th, looted the office of Smart Treasure at the CBEX crypto trading platform in the Okeado axis of Ibadan, Oyo State. To end the local news, the Lagos State House of Assembly has called on the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice to enforce the full implementation of the Tenancy Law of Lagos State 2015. The House also called on the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Benga Omotosho, to intensify public awareness campaigns on the provisions of the Tenancy Law. The resolutions followed a motion moved by Lukmo Olumo Ajeromi Ifelodun 1, who stressed the need to curb excessive rent increments that are worsening the housing crisis in the state. Olumo cited Section 37 of the Tenancy Law prohibiting unreasonable rent hikes and providing legal recourse for tenants subjected to such increments, noting that the continuous increase in rent was contributing to the growing number of homeless residents in Lagos. And on the foreign scene, the White House has revealed that China now faces tariffs of 245% on imports into the United States as a result of its retaliatory actions. This development also comes as President Donald Trump authorized an investigation into national security risks posed by the United States' reliance on imported processed critical minerals and derived products. Trump, meanwhile, has said China needs to make the first move in any negotiation before accusing Beijing of reneging on a major Boeing deal. According to reports, China has ordered its airlines not to take any further deliveries of Boeing jets in response to the United States' earlier decision to impose a 145% tariff on Chinese goods. Also, Israel's defense minister has revealed that troops will remain in so-called security zones they have established by seizing large areas of Gaza even after an end to the war. Israel CAS says the zones will provide a buffer to protect Israeli communities in any temporary or permanent situation, adding that a reasonable percent of the Palestinian territory had been added since the Israeli offensive resumed 3 weeks ago. Reports also reveal that Israel would continue its 6-week blockade of humanitarian aid to pressure Hamas to release hostages despite the United States warning of devastating consequences. Medecins Sans Frontieres on Wednesday, April 15th, became the latest international organization to sound alarm at the impact of Israel's campaign, saying that Gaza had been turned into a mass grave of Palestinians and those coming to their assistance. And now to sport, Arsenal has dumped holders Real Madrid out of the UEFA Champions League with a stunning 2-1 win at the Santiago Bernabeu on yesterday, sealing a 5-1 aggregate victory to book a semi-final showdown with Paris Saint-Germain. Bukayo Saka was the star of the show, recovering from an earlier missed penalty to coolly chip home Arsenal's opener in the second half. Their emphatic 3-0 first leg win in London had already set the stage for an upset, while Mikel Arteta's men held firm in Madrid to reach the last four of the competition for the first time since 2009. And to end the news, Gabon international striker Aaron Bupenzer passed away on Wednesday, April 15th at the age of 28 after falling from the 11th floor of a building in China. This is according to the National Football Federation, who also offered their sincere condolences to his biological family. Gabonese President-elect Brice Oligui Nguema also sent his condolences, admitting that he was a talented centre-forward who brought honor to Gabonese football. Born in Mohanda, Bupenzer joined French side Bordeaux in 2016, spending most of his time on loan at other French clubs before signing for Turkish side Ataspor in 2020. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for more.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
In Nigeria, the changes are perhaps more striking. Inflation has recently eased to less alarming levels. The exchange rate has receded and foreign exchange reserves have been largely reconstituted. In terms of uncertainty and turbulence, two partners with shared values regarding a predictable, rules-based multilateral trading and international investment system should seek each other's company. And that is where Belgium and Nigeria can meet. Belgium as an extremely open economy, a founding father of the EU, and a headquarter to many of its institutions. Nigeria as the initiator of ECOWAS exactly 50 years ago, and as the most populous and biggest economy within West Africa. In the memorable year 2024, cocoa overtook crude oil for the first time as Nigeria's main export product to Belgium. In the course of that same year, a Nigerian expert took part in an exchange of expertise event organized by my ministry's think tank, the Egmont Institute, in the wake of the World Cocoa Conference that was equally held in Brussels. Our embassy visited the Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria in Ibadan, and the Belgian investment company in developing countries ventured into exploring Nigeria's cocoa sector. While Nigerian and Belgian universities keep cooperating in the field of crop improvement and pest resistance. It's all about connecting the dots at all levels. In November 2025, about the time when our embassy will move its offices from Maitama to the EU compound in Central Business District, Flanders Investment and Trade and VOCA, the umbrella organization for Flemish entrepreneurs, will launch a trade mission from Belgium's most populous and most prosperous region into Nigeria. They will visit Lagos and Abuja with a focus on first movers in the agricultural and food sector in a broad sense, from 3 to 7 November 2025. The dates were actually communicated today itself. I say enjoy the party, but I would first give the floor for a goodwill message to the Minister of Regional Development, if he would grant us with that honor. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I'm glad to be associated with the Belgian embassy. We've had a very good relationship. At least last year we were here, and surprisingly, it's been too fast. I was surprised when I was sent the invitation. I realized it's 1 year already. That signifies that so many good things are happening. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost track of the months that ruled by. Let me say that Nigeria and Belgium enjoys a warm relationship, and Nigerian businesses and the Belgian business community also have a wonderful relationship. I want to hope that all of us guests will enjoy the evening and continue to pray that God keeps us alive to witness Him next year. Thank you and good evening.
I'm from the EU Nigeria Agribusiness Platform. This platform is supported by the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS. And I want to thank the ambassador for hosting us this evening and to thank our friends from the Belgium Chamber of Commerce. Now, the EU Nigeria Agribusiness Platform basically exists to expand trade and investment between Nigeria and the 27 EU countries. And for Belgium, like the ambassador said, we've seen that the import from Nigeria now, it's basically cocoa. Cocoa is assuming a high dimension. So we're zeroing in on cocoa. We're checking the statistics just recently. We saw that Belgium imported 4.2 billion euros of cocoa products from around the world, but imported 146 million euros from Nigeria. So you can see that there's a huge scope to expand trade and investment between Nigeria and Belgium in cocoa sector. And we're going to be working with the chamber. We're looking forward to the forum in October to do sideline events, organize Nigerian state actors and private sector actors to do engagements with Belgium actors so that we can secure offtake, we can secure technical assistance to increase and improve our production of cocoa products to Belgium and to Europe. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to be here. We're happy to sign this partnership, and we look forward to expanding engagement with Belgium in the area of cocoa and also even shea nut. Nigeria is the second largest producer of shea nut in the world. We're first actually, but we're not in the value-added market. So these are scopes for us to expand engagement between the two countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We look forward to enjoying the evening together. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to recognize the presence of the Commissioner of Insurance, Mr. Olusegun Ayo Omosheyi, who is ably represented by the Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Admin, Prince Eketeri Ola. Okay, Prince Ekerete Olagam Ikon. Thank you, sir. Apologies for that. And I want to appreciate the Business Day for this opportunity to be here. And I want to appreciate everybody in the house. I need the slide, okay, for the opportunity to be the keynote speaker this morning. Okay, before I start, I want us to tour this line with me. First is that as insurance practitioners, we have first-hand information on the impact of economic uncertainty on our clients. And we have also seen the importance of insurance in ensuring that we restore those businesses as it is. Also, if we could close our eyes in a flash and think about what would happen if there is no insurance business in Nigeria. First is that we won't be here. There will be no job for all of us, two of us. So our importance cannot be overemphasized. So I may bold to say that insurance is a recession-resistant industry. In fact, we can say that one of the synonyms of insurance could be resilience. So we are a business that have come to stay. Also, insurance industry has long in the history adapt changes in various ways. We've overcome the Great Fire of London, the September 11th of the incident in the United States, the COVID-19, the NSARS. All of that, insurance has stood strong and demonstrated resilience in ensuring that there is stability. And also, it's important also to note that insurance company, whoever that prioritize around resilience, has 2.5 times more outperforming and doing better than its peers. All right, we are going to be looking at insurance industry overview, building resilience, the strategies around it. Also, we are going to be looking at innovative solutions, opportunities for market expansion and penetration, and the role of stakeholders in fostering trust and customer engagement, and also a case study and success story. And we conclude with a call for action. Yeah, I will start to say that the economy serves as the backbone of the economy of every society in terms of focusing on resource distribution and consumption. And the financial system powers the economic activities by channeling those funds, which insurance company industry play a key role in ensuring that funds from the place of deficit is spread across to the place where they are needed. Also, we know that insurance industry also is in the business to mitigate risk, promote investment, and ensure business continuity. So we serve as a safety net against unforeseen losses, enabling recovery from economic shock and strengthen economic resilience. So let's look at some of the growth pattern or growth we have experienced over the years. And this has been contributed by the drive to reprice premium, has generated the increase we have in terms of growth in premium. And also that has been as a result of Naira devaluation, which have affected positively some of the premium that are collected in foreign currencies. Also, we have seen market drive across insurance industry, pushing for penetration, pushing for awareness, and pushing for more sales in insurance. And partnership, the presence of NICOM partnering with us, different stakeholders. Recently, NICOM with the CIN had partnership with the federal government to train 1 million Nigerian youths. Their sense is to push insurance far and wide. And that has shown that the premium has increased from, in the year 2019 to 2023, from 508 billion to 1.3 trillion naira. This has helped achieve an annual growth rate of 18%. All right, let's look at the regulatory framework. NICOM has made those steps, and the essence is to strengthen and build resilience across insurance industry, where the bill has already been passed by the National Assembly. We're only waiting for the President to pass it into law. And the whole essence is for more capacity in terms of risk assessment and assumption, and to expand business reach. When we look at the contribution of insurance, when we compare it to other African countries, for instance, South Africa, despite the low penetration insurance, we will see that insurance has done, in Nigeria, we have done 68, South Africa has done 68, and Nigeria 63 billion naira. Now that's to show that despite the low penetration in Nigeria, South Africa is showing 12.4. Nigeria has proved that we are reasonably increasing our business shares and our market development. And this has been one of the advantages of this is the large markets we have in Nigeria. And we have more opportunities to leverage on this opportunity and to expand the market. Okay, looking at the economic contribution as well, thank you. We've seen that insurance and financial sectors has increased from 3.0% in 2019 to 5.35% in 2023. Also, we are not doing badly in terms of employment opportunities or employment space, but there's still room for improvement and room for growth in the industry. So let's look at some of the challenges that we face, particularly that hinders the growth of insurance and penetration of insurance. And that brings us to the economic uncertainty. That's the unpredictable and unstable economic conditions that challenge business, individuals, and government. And one of them is what? Fluctuation in inflation. So consumer price index dropped from January 2025 as 25.4%, while food inflation still remained at 26% at the time of compiling this information. And what does this do? It affects consumer purchasing power. Also, the exchange rates and naira devaluation goes at this rate and increases also business risks as well. These are economic uncertainty that affects business growth and insurance opportunities in Nigeria. Also, the oil revenue, which grows from budget consumption of 5 barrels. And this also causes business risk, making financial planning difficult, especially import-dependent industries. Also have decline in foreign reserve, dropping from 40.88 billion naira in December. Also, the risk of rising debts. What it does is that it limits government spending on social goods. And when there is no fund that circulates in the economy, people tend to make lesser investment as far as insurance and every other business is concerned. So what are the factors that could create this unpredictable environment? So what is the goal? The goal is to build resilience. And that's why we're here today. And resilience is not just the ability to recover, but it is the speed to bounce back and to thrive. So despite the adversity and shock that business uncertainty contributes to, we need to stay strong and do businesses. So business resilience, so what do? All are the plans and strategies to recover, replace, and rebuild critical business processes after disruptions. So let's look at the opportunities. Highland report in 2003 unlocking business resilience and agility. The report shows that 45% of insurance companies in Nigeria, or as at the time of this report, see themselves as strong and very strong. That's 6% point below cross-country average of 51. So we are not doing badly. Insurance companies that see themselves strong and very strong are 45%, just 6% below the other cross-country comparison. Then, on the other hand, we have 37% of insurance companies that see themselves as very weak or weak. And these are at bar with other industries like government, education, and logistics. Okay, I would like us to look at this and also to put our own insurance industries in place to see where do we belong in this. And that is one, it says, to 10 core attributes of highly resilient and agile insurance or companies. So we have the key attributes to be dedicated people, process, and tools, data analytics, and products. So we are to look at this and to compare where we belong in terms of whether we leverage this and all that. So we are going to look at this, comparing our individual insurance companies and what we are able to do. Do we leverage on data, effective change management, leadership vision, and all of that? Well, the report from the research shows that 50% of the insurance industry leverage on 6 attributes. And these attributes are business intelligence, products, analytic, leadership vision, voice of employee, effective compliance, and adding new capacity. Then barely few industries barely leverage on. These are areas that they barely leverage on, which is effective change management, voice of the customer's process, and employee autonomy. And the report also went further to advise that for companies that invest on sustainable growth and long-term success should prioritize on employee autonomy as listed in this category. So these are the conventional risk measures or resilient measures that insurance company can engage in. And one of them are, the pillars are to ensure solvency, business profitability, risk management, and market stability. So the essence is that for us to remain in business, there is measure and need for us to increase solvency margin, profitability, risk management, and market stability. So let's look at them one after the other. The first one is the insurance industry in Nigeria can significantly increase resilience by adopting the following dimensions. And we have financials, operationals, markets, organizational, societal, and digital to ensure that we withstand challenges and long-term sustainability. So the first is, when there is uncertainty, what is the first point of call as an industry? The first point of call is what? To tighten cost control. We become conservative in terms of spending, how much that we will spend as an industry, as a company. So we tend to slow down on costs and improve on what we have to be able to manage the resources available, because at this time people are changing their spending pattern, and also that is the only way we can retain and stay in business within the period of inflation or exchange rate fluctuation. Then the next thing is to ensure that we have enough working capital to be able to meet up with the daily demands of the business. So what do? Ensure that we improve our premium collections and have short-term investment where we can easily convert cash and to pay unexpected expenses like claims and as they come. The essence is also to ensure that we improve on our liquidity management. Then what do we do next is price excellence and margin. Having economic uncertainty in mind, it helps us also to price wisely, acknowledging margin management, whereby for every premium we are collecting, we are putting in mind inflationary rates, claim costs, also covering for catastrophic risks as the case may be. So the margin management and excellence pricing will also help us to stay resilient in time of uncertainty. Then the second one is operational management. The focus is to ensure that we remain in business and there is business continuity and growth, even in the midst of uncertainty. First is to automate our processes and ensure that we imbibe enterprise risk management, ensuring that we cover all costs and also source for alliances and partnership to help us to minimize costs and risk. Also, it's important also that we look at those inventories that affect the bottom line in terms of the profitability of the business. So what are we looking at? Looking at those inventories carrying costs, things like depreciation that could affect the productivity of the insurance industry, and be able to improve and manage them well. Then another important aspect of strategy is to look at the market position and demand. What is the position of the market? What are the client needs per time? Because whenever there is fluctuation or uncertainty in market business, customers need changes. So as an industry, we need to understand what they want per time and leverage on the market position and demand and be able to re-strategize, create new products that will meet the needs of our clients and the economy. So there is need for strategic alliance. We can partner with banks, fintech. We've seen how much fintech has overtaken the informal sector. In terms of penetration, who said that we cannot partner to grow our own businesses? Just like we have several partnerships that NICOM has initiated, and companies are also towing that direction. Also, it's important also to reassess our risk portfolio and be able to design products that suit the needs of our clients and the society in a moment of economic uncertainty. Because you cannot, at the time, not produce or develop products that will match the need and the language of the economy at a time. Then it's also important to have experience and first-hand experience with our clients, that is the insuring public, to be able to know what suits them, like products like that is personalized to their needs should be developed to ensure that we have sustained loyalty and customer engagement. That is very key. Then the next one is organizational resilience. This is very key. Yesterday at the program we held, FIBOB, literacy campaign, yesterday, I was privileged to speak with the ICO team lead for renewals. And she told me that one of the businesses they do is to ensure that they follow after renewals. And that they have moved in 2003 from 40% to 60% of businesses they have renewed and resuscitate. And are looking at having that up to 80% at the end of 2025. So we need to have motivated workforce that are willing to drive the culture and the vision of the management that flows from the board and be able to run it. During the COVID, a CEO was given a target to achieve a certain sales percentage, and he couldn't find it easy to work with. But one thing he deployed was that he was able to, through the HR, find a list of staff and their addresses and where they live. So where he could be able to meet with them, he traveled to see them. Where he could put up a call, he did that. And what was the strategy? The strategy was that he will not mention the target, but to ask about their well-being, motivate them, ask them how they are doing, and he'll be able to see that some are living in a place that's not so very conducive. And what did he do in return is that he came back to and made a policy that there should be loan released to staff to be able to meet up with whatever, and there was also measure for recovery. And having done this, having motivated the staff, they were able to achieve that target without any stress. That is the essence of ensuring that we have staff that are motivated and are capable to do the work. When we motivate them and give them incentives that are willing to walk us through and achieve the target and remain resilient with the company. Also, there is need for resilient leadership. Leaders that are fast thinking, that can foresee economic changes ahead of time and be able to create that team that's willing to work to respond to the economic situation as it were. Then there is need to attract workforce, especially in the area of emerging markets, where competitiveness and innovations are required. We need to get IT, tech staff, people that are experienced and are willing to contribute to the growth of the industry. Then the fifth one is strengthening reputational and loyalty by aligning operational society goals. So we need to align with the societal goals and purpose. So we need to integrate sustainable practices, give and be able to offer green products to companies that are practicing sustainable goals in area of agriculture, renewables, and all that. And also there is need for us also as a team to implement robust ESG reporting framework. And also they need to engage with partners. From time to time, there is need for community town hall meetings with stakeholders, be able to contribute to their development and be able to create a presence around the people we work together with. There's a businessman in Nigeria. What he does is that for every election, he sponsors all the political parties. So he does not sponsor a particular party. The essence is that he's spreading his risk, and also whichever party that wins, he is what? He's in a better position. So that's a strategy. We need to engage with stakeholders and make let us and our businesses be on their faces. Then the next one is digital and technological resilience. Is important as we are growing and going digital, and our businesses, websites, information, data are out there. There is also need for us to improve cyber security and data protection, because companies before now have lost billions because of what? Of loose systems and websites. And so there is need for us, first of all, to improve the cyber security and data protection. We need to invest on such platforms and take security measures that ensure that the information about our clients are secured and that they are not open to threat and all that. I remember I don't know if anybody here has encountered a situation where a loan company is sending you a message that you should help them reach a client that is owing them. And the question is, how were they able to get your contact? So when you take the loan, when they take your information from their app, thank you. So they scoop contacts in that customer's profile. And so from time to time, if the client is not responding, what they do is to do what? To begin to send messages to those information, those contacts. And if you have that person as a family member or a friend, what do? You reach out to them and to say, are you owing any company? They are reaching out, please try and pay up. So these are the loose ends that is important that we cover. Then it is important that also that we improve on data collection and availability and review. So let's take them one after the other. So what do? Robust cyber measures. Ensure that we have web application firewalls and data security to protect organization against threats. Lately, we had a program at the college. A company called us to train their board of directors. And in the course of that training, the chairman of the company asked the facilitator that as he's doing along digital innovations, that he should link it up to what their company is doing at the moment. So what the speaker did was to quickly go through the company's websites as the training was going on, and he came back to tell them that their website is porous. That's the hackers can easily penetrate their website. So, and it wasn't a good site, but it has opened up to them to say that if you have such loose sites, there is need for us to protect particularly the interests of the policy holders that do business and release our data to us for businesses. Then implement data loss prevention solutions. Use secure data storage and backup solutions as well. Comply with data protection regulations. What we need to do beyond the compliance is also to create digital awareness. They need that information within our database are not supposed to be shared with third parties. We sometimes have seen insider collusion to affect our clients' business and where they are robbed and all of that. What are the benefits? To protect sensitive data and all of that. Then the second one, improve data quality and availability. Most times when we collect data from different sources, there is need for them to be what? For them to be screened and tested. Someone had called up a group of friends to apply for a loan, and they've submitted their information through a site. And so the team, we are excited to look at this information. But while they are going through, they need to validate and to ensure that the information are accurate. You'll be able to see that the first 3, 4, 5 data provided are having the same information, the same figure. So if open the first one, second one, third one, at a point, brain, we're like, this information, we have seen it before. And that's how we went back to see that the only difference between these applications is just that what? They changed their names. They are just the same. So when they went further to make inquiry, they're able to discover that it's just one person. There is business already, but it's just that one person has collided with families to be able to say, let's make it 10 million so that at the end of the day, we'll be able to share the money across. So it's important that the data is validated and the data is also cleansed from errors and inconsistency and is standardized. Then the availability of the data, we need to integrate this data in such a manner that is unified and also open and accessible for people to use. The benefits are insight into customers' behavior, client trend, claims trend, and market conditions are open. Just the telemarks, if you have these devices that will help you checkmate. They have been installed in cars, some are health equipment, that over time, it reads and shows you the pattern of what? A client and how to profile the client's risk. So it also is important to all the time to review the technology infrastructure. The idea that we are going tech doesn't take away the human aspects. We build humans, we build systems around human before we talk about technology, because any technology that does not embrace or the staff does not embrace will not go well, because they will frustrate every effort to see that platform does not. So it's important that we ensure that we have flexible technology platform that is easy to use. And also they need to scale and assess performance of those platforms over time, whether we are optimizing the usefulness of and they are expanding. Also, there is need also for data management, ensuring that right data are stored. There are backups in case of eventualities. So the essence is to secure and there's scale and also ensure that the business aligns with the needs of the client. So we have challenges across technology innovations. They are obvious. We have cybersecurity and data privacy concern. We have loss of infrastructure, connectivity issues, regulatory gaps, and all of that. Then what is the way forward? Strengthen cybersecurity and data privacy concern, ensure infrastructure, connectivity issue, provide regulatory clarity, improve data, just like I've said earlier, and digital literacy and training, also to ensure compliance at all times. Just as small as birthday dates, people find it difficult to release such information without the knowledge of the owner. So that is as bad, is as sensitive as that. So it's important we educate our clients and our staff as well in terms of digital literacy. Then, what are the capabilities that are essential to remain resilient in an uncertain economic environment? What we need to do, we need to grow foresight, disruption preparation, crisis response approach, and strategic reorientation. I will need to run because of time. Let's look at the opportunities for market expansion and enhanced penetration. There are a whole lot of opportunity for insurance to grow. There have been enabling environments. Nikon have been able to steer up the market, which is goal. The Nikon goal is to ensure that there is consumer protection and insurance is accepted far and wide, and there is trust is being restored. So what do we need to do to ensure penetration and increase market expansion? One is increase awareness. And we've done so well in this aspect. At the program yesterday, I was so impressed that students at secondary school understand what is premium, what is claim, those fundamentals about insurance. It wasn't that same before now. So that's to show that we have taken it up on ourselves to ensure that we push the understanding of insurance beyond the normal. CIN, in collaboration with college, we have train the trainers, which we do across secondary schools. This is also one of the platforms also to push insurance, and the federal government also has incorporated insurance as a course and as a subject in WAEC. During our time, I encountered the insurance across commerce and economics, where you ask what is insurance and what are the economic importance of insurance in Nigeria. Or I got to know about insurance until I was given admission to study insurance as a second choice. And then all the people that didn't get primary admission in their courses, we are all pushed to insurance. And so that's how we got ourselves there. But what happened was that after the first semester, I found insurance very interesting. That I don't need to meet the CGP required to move to accounting. I made a decision to remain in insurance, and almost most of us made that decision because we saw it as a vibrant industry, a professional industry, and there's so much potential across. So they need to push this awareness and benefit to erode the image that has been there before now is key. Then we need to also adopt the customer-centric approach where we put our customers first, what they need across the value chain from research to the end product. You see that we have the customer's interests, there is empathy in the product development. When a loss occurs, we feel their vulnerability. All of that will help us to achieve deepen penetration and expand the market. Inclusivity is key. We had a program over the few months ago where we had collaboration with UNDP on inclusive insurance. Most of the CEOs that are here sent in their delegates, and it was an elaborate time with the facilitators. Some of them came from Kenya to carry out that training. And the most interesting thing is that when we went to the market for market research and development, there is a mindset of that traditional insurance we have. But getting to the market, so we have this mind that we need fire insurance and all of that. But we are surprised that the need of those market women, we are far beyond our expectation. What they need is not actually what we have. So the need for us to embrace inclusive insurance, and we can only embrace it by understanding inclusive insurance that is quite different from the normal traditional insurance. Product innovation and diversification, digital and technological adoption is key. InsurTech is key. So we need, where we need collaboration with telecommunication companies, we need to partner with them to see that we push that. And the regulatory reform, NICOM is doing so great in this regard, and that will channel us to another upward growth and increase in penetration. All right, stakeholders engagement. The key things is fostering trust and customer engagement. So we need to ensure that there is efficient claim settlement that will reassure our client, because this is a moment of truth. When it's a time for claim, is a time for what? Is a moment of truth that determine whether the client will walk into the doors of your company or they will not. So it's important, and we are doing so great. And just like the commissioner stated right now, we need to make it a priority. Let it be a delight that we are paying claims. Someone said that some companies have these appraisal or KPI where if you're in claims department and you have series of claims coming in your profile in a year, that is an appraisal issue. It's not supposed to be so. It should be even a credit that we're able to pay claims. Policy terms and conditions make it clearer and simpler and easy for customers to embrace. And this is what the fintech has done, that someone in the market, Aboki that is selling young, we're able to have a back account, because they centralized and made it convenient and easy for you to just use your phone number and open an account. And that's what we need to embrace to be able to capture the informal sector and be able to penetrate the market. I remember at the Nikon retreat in 2003 or 2004, one of the CEO asked, why is it that we keep saying that insurance penetration is less than 1%, but at our different companies, we meet our targets. We close our books well. So what is the issue? The issue is that what we do is that at the end of the day, we close our books well, but the question is, those books, those businesses, do they come back the next year? And that's what ICO is doing, where they state that they have a team that is in charge of renewals. So how many of those businesses you closed last year are you willing to have this year? And so what happened is that we see recycling of businesses. So Mr. A leaves company A and go back to company B. So at the end of the day, the same, we are circulating the same value. So these are one of the reasons why the penetration rates, with other factors inclusive, is still at less than 1%. So what we need to do, the larger market is the informal sector. We need to tap that market, and we can only do that by developing products and carrying market research to know what actually they need and provide such products for them. So the engagement is that there is need for open and transparent communication. Let them know at every point in time what the company is doing, the strategies in place. Even when it's not rosy, let your clients understand that this is the position of the company per time. Also, to develop personalized policy offerings is also important. All right, during our program for ILO and inclusive insurance, we get to see case studies across countries in Africa, in foreign countries, and we begin to wonder, when will I come across a case study in insurance that talks about insurance companies in Nigeria? And so in this discussion, I have to bring to us Asa Mansard case study and the success story. So in our ability to adapt and innovate, so they went into a business venture in 2020, and what is the vision? To become a major inclusive insurance provider in 2020, reaching 3.5 million customers in health and other products. So let's look at what they do, innovation implementation. First thing they did was to set up a new team to manage this business, separating them from the traditional businesses they run on daily basis. Also, they build new capacity. So when I talk about this, you put your mind back to where I mentioned think core attributes that companies leverage and see if Asa Mansard fall into all of this. All right, so there is capacity building to ensure that they achieve the target for these markets, because they're not going to use the mentality of traditional insurance to run an inclusive insurance. So they did that. Also, they created a milestone, 3 key milestones, because even for you to present a proposal that the board will accept, it must be attractive and direct to achieving a certain goal. So the first thing they said they would do is to understand the market and the market need. So there is need for research. So you will not develop a product and put it to their faces. Rather, you will develop a product according to their need. So Asa Mansard carried that measure, and they in building capacity, they also had trainings with what ILO Impact Facility in terms of research to enable them carry out this. The second milestone is to what? To become more agile. So in new product development and in all the channels of distribution. And the 3 milestone was to streamline internal procedures. So they have to do that. So what are the challenges they had? They encountered the challenge that over time, staff were working for this project, having the mind of what? Traditional insurance. And so to resolve the problem, there is need to call back and begin to develop clear communication and retreat across the stakeholders. Also, they institutionalize their report project and give updates on what is achievable and what has been achieved over time. And also, there was monthly newsletter for project updates and what has been achieved. So what is the takeaway from this? We saw that Asa Mansard didn't actually partner with any industry or any company. What they did was that there was cross-pollution of ideas from different departments coming together to generate ideas and push it forward. Then there was internal capacity. They had inbuilt what? Capacity to drive that vision. When we saw also the agility, intentionality, and aggressiveness essential in achieving this product. Also, there were evaluation and track record to see how far each person have done, and it also added to their KPI to see what they have done. So I think this is a good way and a place to clap for Nigeria insurance industry for that. And there are other companies that are doing big things, developing apps to ensure that they push the market forward. So I will conclude to say that resilience is key for Nigeria insurance industry to navigate economic uncertainty. And the strategy is to look into financials, operations, technology, and society dimensions, ensuring that they survive and thrive. And what is that approach? Multidimensional approach, providence, efficiency, agility, and relevance to ensure ability to withstand shock. And what are the enablers? Technology.
The Bank of Canada communicated a stance to hold interest rates shifting from a previous dovish stance as it seeks clarity on how US trade policy will affect the Canadian economic outlook. There are many unknown unknowns. The times are unusual with many things we know we do not know, and perhaps even more we do not know that we do not know. Listening to the Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem, he talks about the uncertainty.
Today, Governing Council maintained the policy interest rate at 2.75% following 7 consecutive cuts. The Canadian economy ended 2024 in good shape. Inflation had been close to the 2% target since last summer. The substantial interest rate reductions since last spring had boosted household spending, economic growth had picked up, and many businesses were telling us the economy had renewed momentum. Since then, the dramatic protectionist shift in U.S. trade policy and the chaotic delivery have increased uncertainty, roiled financial markets, diminished global growth prospects, and increased inflation expectations. The path for U.S. trade policy remains highly unpredictable. We still do not know what tariffs will be imposed, whether they'll be reduced or escalated, and how long all of this will last. At this meeting, we decided to hold our policy interest rate unchanged as we gain more information about both the path forward for U.S. tariffs and their impacts. Monetary policy cannot resolve trade uncertainty or offset the impacts of a trade war.
Hello and welcome to Global Business Insights, where we bring you more depth on the latest business headlines, and thank you very much for your time. As central banks continue to navigate a terrain of many unknowns by pausing for clarity, one thing that is known is that US tariffs are highly likely to generate a temporary rise in inflation. According to Jerome Powell, he says his job is to ensure it stays transitory, that's inflation, and not a problem for their long-term target of stability. Let's listen to Powell at the Economic Club of Chicago yesterday.
Thank you and good afternoon. So, at the Fed, we are always focused on the dual mandate goals that Congress has given us: maximum employment and stable prices. Despite heightened uncertainty and downside risks, the U.S. economy is still in a solid position. The labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but is still running a bit above our 2% objective. Turning briefly to the incoming data, we'll get the initial reading on first quarter GDP in a couple of weeks. The data we have in hand so far suggests that growth has slowed in the first quarter of this year from last year's solid pace. Despite strong motor vehicle sales, overall consumer spending appears to have grown modestly. In addition, strong imports during the first quarter, reflecting attempts by businesses to get ahead of potential tariffs, are expected to weigh on GDP growth. Surveys of households and businesses report a sharp decline in sentiment and elevated uncertainty about the outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. Outside forecasts for the full year are coming down, and for the most part, point to continued slowing but still positive growth. We are closely tracking incoming data as households and businesses continue to digest these developments. In the labor market, during the first 3 months of this year, non-farm payrolls grew by an average of 150,000 jobs per month. While job growth has slowed relative to last year, the combination of low layoffs and lower labor force growth has kept the unemployment rate in a low and stable range. Meanwhile, the ratio of job openings to unemployed job seekers has remained just above 1, near its pre-pandemic level. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, the labor market appears to be in solid condition and broadly in balance, and is not a significant source of inflationary pressure. As for our price stability mandate, inflation has significantly eased from its pandemic highs of mid-2022 without the kind of painful rise in unemployment that has frequently accompanied efforts to bring down high inflation. Progress on inflation continues at a gradual pace, and recent readings remain above our 2% objective. Estimates based on the most recent data from last week show that total headline PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in March, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core prices rose 2.6%. Looking forward, the new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. These policies are still evolving, and their effects on the economy remain highly uncertain. As we learn more, we will continue to update our assessment. The level of tariff increases announced so far is significantly larger than anticipated, and the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth. Both survey and market-based measures of near-term inflation expectations have moved up significantly, with survey participants pointing to tariffs. Survey measures of longer-term inflation expectations, for the most part, appear to remain well anchored as well. Market-based break-evens continue to run close to 2%. So, as we gain a better understanding of the policy changes, we'll have a better sense of the implications for the economy and hence for monetary policy. Tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation. The inflationary effects could also be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully to prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored.
Later today, Madame Lagarde of the European Central Bank is expected to cut interest rates for the 7th time in a year to prop up an already struggling economy expecting to be hit from U.S. tariffs. Yesterday, the World Trade Organization forecasted that global trade will fall this year because of U.S. tariffs, adding that the decline is expected to be particularly steep in North America, where trade is seen as dropping by more than a tenth. An acceleration in commercial activity was evident in the latest U.S. retail sales data, as many stepped up purchases, stocking up on goods to avoid being caught by imminent tariffs. U.S. total retail sales rose 1.4% in March, beating the expected 1.3% after rising 0.2% a month earlier. On an annualized basis, sales rose 4.4%, the fastest pace since December 2023, which contrasted with the slowdown in inflation to 2.4% year on year. But American import bookings from China also collapsed by 64% in the week ending April 8th compared to the previous week. As the external front becomes challenging, China is hoping that domestic spending will fill the gap. And another shift observed is Asian governments looking to buy more U.S. oil and gas as they move to lower their trade surplus with Washington in hopes of easing their tariff burdens. In my deep dive, my attention is drawn to an article in the Foreign Affairs Journal yesterday themed The Age of American Unilateralism, in which Michael Beckley, Associate Professor of Political Science at Tufts University, attempts to present a silver lining in what looks like the crisis playing out. He argues that crisis can lead and often leads to opportunity. For example, it was the Civil War that drove rapid expansion of the Northern Railroad network, laying the groundwork for later transcontinental lines. It was the post-World War II environment that led to Bretton Woods and the liberal order which we see today. It was forged then in the heat of rivalry when fear compelled countries to come together. It was also Cold Warfare's not peacetime consensus that sparked creation of the Interstate Highway System and the National Defense Education Act. And military research and development funded many breakthroughs, including giving rise to the semiconductor industry, the GPS technology, and the internet. One cannot deny that national security concerns have been America's most consistent engine of public investment. A crisis can be a good crisis if it produces positive outcomes that would not have been without the crisis. I must add that cost-benefit analysis of crisis may still reveal that assessment of pains and gains show that those who bear the pains may not agree with others who enjoyed gains. For example, Japanese families still scarred by Hiroshima may not agree that the rise of a highly prosperous post-war Japan in any way justifies the costs. The article argues that demographic shifts and new automation and artificial intelligence are radically changing the demand for foreign labor and how we think about supply chains, as technologies like additive manufacturing or 3D printing and smart logistics are compressing supply chains and not just enabling reshoring, but actually making the value proposition to reshore much more attractive. AI is replacing foreign call centers and increasingly digital and automated factories. Cheap energy and the world's biggest consumer market all implies that US firms may be coming home not just to avoid tariffs or for security, but because it makes business sense. The United States still needs the global economy, but its needs are narrower, much more selective, and easier to disconnect. In other words, the considerations for offshoring have vastly changed. Looking at demography, he argues in his article that the US is the only great power whose prime age workforce is projected to grow throughout this century, so jobs are going to be needed. He adds that by 2050, the workforces of the major economies of Eurasia will lose around 200 million adults aged 25 to 49. That's the legion that drives productivity, military recruitment, and economic growth, and that could begin to fade as more demographic strength shifts to Africa and emerging economies. Still growing prime age workforce in the US means as other economies shrink and strain, the US economy can be more central to global growth and its fiscal base and military manpower more robust in relative terms. China, of course, is rising and becoming even more aggressive geoeconomically. So what does this all mean? The times call for leadership that can digest the context and understand the opportunities in the crisis, or can look beyond the fog to see less obvious dynamics playing out. Crisis can indeed be opportunity, but only if it is made so. Hardly will this happen accidentally or naturally. Visionary leadership that sees far ahead to attain what others don't think is possible or don't even see will make all the difference. Onlookers and spectators will soon be cheering a vastly different age driven by new technology and capabilities. This morning, European markets opened lower as traders await the latest monetary policy decision from the ECB. Asia-Pacific markets mostly rose overnight, breaking ranks with Wall Street, which had seen more selling of tech stocks yesterday after Nvidia disclosed sales of its H20 AI accelerators to China will require a license from the US Department of Commerce. That is one that it's unlikely to get. Selling on Wall Street also picked up after Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell sounded hawkish notes. Oil prices extended gains in view of tighter supply after Washington imposed further sanctions to curb Iranian oil trade, while OPEC producers pledged further output cuts to compensate for pumping above agreed quotas. Well, that's it on Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosani. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Economic diversification area. And that's why we crafted all those policies that have been reading out. In exploration, like I said, we spent the least in Africa, whereas we are supposed to be the biggest economy, and we are one of the largest in terms of population, if not the largest. They say out of every 5 Africans, 1 is in Nigeria. So that gives you an idea of how large and big we are. But without the required expenditure on exploration, we will not be internationally competitive because we will not have the efficient and credible data with which investors can make informed investment decisions. And this is where I said I needed to thank the President for seeing the vision, for keying into it, and for understanding the dynamics and approving a very huge budget for us this year. So I expect you very quantum leap in our data generation efforts this year. We also have levels of geochemical exploration that have been achieved on the baseline details. But a better targeted geochemical exploration in a closer scale for resource estimation is required to enable us to compete other big players in the mining industry worldwide. The NGSA, that's the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency, very, very huge amount of its total budget to exploration and resource estimate of specific transition and energy minerals such as lithium, gold, copper, lead, zinc, coal, and even uranium. And these things are in strategic locations all over the country. Our ministry plans to support the agency with more funds this year. And while we are on this course, companies are also offering to supplement our efforts by engaging in geological exploration to recoup their investment by commercializing the generated data. On investment promotions, our cost-effective strategy of leveraging international conferences, exhibitions, symposia, and different fora to market the opportunities for mining in our country has increased awareness of our potential and led to bilateral and multilateral understanding. You recall that late last year was it that I went with the president of France, where we signed an MOU on mining development, which again, given the dynamics of Nigerian society, it was misconstrued. That is, at best, misconstrued. At the very worst, deliberately misinterpreted. In some quarters to say that, oh, we are mortgaging the Nigerian minerals to the French, and that the French that was being chased out of Mali or some other French-speaking countries, we are embracing in Nigeria and all that we want to enslave them and all. Such I don't want to use invective language. But to me, I was not fazed at all because I knew facts. And we pushed the facts out there. Even in the news report of the MOU itself, all the details were published. But again, even the vagaries of mental consequence of our people, some don't even read anyway. A large percentage of our people are so mentally lazy as to be unable to digest a few paragraphs of news story. God bless you. So, I have been asked, especially during the campaign when we were, fighting opposition here and there and all that. I was also driving the media campaign for the president at the time. And I was writing and I was appearing on shows and all that, arguing, the policies that we were going to implement. And so many times, some will call me and say, oh, I saw that your article. The headline was very, very, very attractive, but it was too long. It was a whole page. We couldn't go through that. Why don't you just compress it to one-liners and paragraphs and all that? And I will shudder that what has this world become? For crying out loud, especially the younger generation. They can hardly read half a page. So they rely on short takes, social medias, one-liners, bullet points. And of course, miss the kernel and the substance, thank you, of whatever information that you are pushing out. Thereby shortchanging themselves mentally, narrowing their own perspectives, and restricting their horizon. And so they become abysmally ignorant of what goes on. And in our own time, I used to tell those that I mentor here and there that today is an irony that you have so many gadgets of information and communication to enable you gather knowledge. In our own time, when we were in school, there were no social media platforms, there were no gadgets like these smartphones and cell phones and all of that, mobile phones. No, we relied heavily on reading in the library. But today, you can have a whole library on your gadget, which means that you have more proximity, you have more opportunity to gather more knowledge. But what do they use these gadgets for? Entertainment, skits, and of course, mold the consciousness of the young into nefarious activities. So it is really an irony that we cannot digest and understand very simple news. That was what happened when our French MOU was misconstrued. And some of my aides came to me that I should go on here and start explaining. I said, I'm not going to do any sort of thing. The facts are there anyway, and they are on record. And we had really publicized and propagated. I said, whoever did not get it should just go and stew in his or her own juice. Because if a lie travels for 20 years, one day the truth always catches up. And so today, the truth has caught up. Nobody is talking about us farming out Nigeria's minerals to France anymore, because they have seen that there was actually nothing in our MOU. The MOU was anchored mainly on capacity building, training, and we've been following up. I was at Indaba in Cape Town. We followed up with meetings with the French. In Riyadh, we followed up, we met, and we are putting concrete plans into action for the benefit of this industry. In fact, the French government, in continuation of this collaboration, has agreed to equip the laboratory of the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency with full modern equipment at no cost to Nigeria, based on the outcome of that MOU that we signed. They've also agreed to train our young geologists in modern mining technologies and encourage French solid mineral sector to enter into joint ventures with their Nigerian counterparts. Now that is growth, that's economic growth, and it's a major contributor to the GDP of Nigeria. Again, the government of Western Australia recently approved the regular training of the Nigerian mining professionals. In fact, I'm expected to lead the first batch of our trainees there next month. This was a result of a previous meeting I had with the Minister of Mines in Western Australia about a year ago, where we did an MOU, we struck a deal for capacity building. And all of these things are coming to us free of charge because of our aggressive promotional ventures and efforts across the globe and raising the consciousness of our people and the global world to the mining potentials of Nigeria, which in fact one major investor in, I think, was it in London, who came to me to say that until this government came into being, he didn't know that Nigeria had solid minerals at all. That they had always believed Nigeria was an oil nation and had no solid minerals until we now opened up the sector and started showing interest. Now it's one of the investors that's bringing the machineries, huge amount of dollars to put into the Nigerian economy. Now, the British and Saudi Arabian investors are also very interested, and they are coming together to invest across the mineral value chain from mining to manufacturing of electric cars. You know, lithium is very, very key in the manufacturing of electric vehicle batteries and solar panel batteries and the like. And we have lithium of high grade in large quantity in Nigeria. So a lot of these are being prepared and marketed for investment. Also, we've held meetings with the leaders of Mexico and Venezuela. I met with their Minister of Mines in Cape Town, and we struck a deal. In fact, only yesterday, we signed an MOU. I signed on behalf of Nigeria with South Africa, and the Minister of Minerals and Energy in South Africa signed on behalf of South Africa just yesterday in my office here in Abuja, which was also a result of our ongoing efforts in promoting Nigerian solid mineral sector and marketing it aggressively for global investment. Today, we have become the indisputable leader of mining countries in Africa. Also, thanks to the emergence of Nigeria as a pioneer chairperson of the African Mineral Strategy Group, based on our advocacy for value addition and opposition to the reckless exploitation of raw minerals. This happened last year at the Future Minerals Forum in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, where I presented Nigeria's position and harped on our policy of local value addition. And henceforth, we are not going to license anybody without a concrete plan of local value addition, which means local processing, local refining. And we are not going to encourage any further the slogan of from pit to pot, which means digging the soil, extracting minerals, taking to the port and shipping out without local value addition. That was the position of Nigeria that I presented in Riyadh last year. And my colleagues, other African ministers of minerals there, got excited, we got together and we formed the African Mineral Strategy Group, and I was elected the chairman. I'm still the chairman. Now, if nothing else, this speaks to the efficacy of our own vision and our own policy initiatives. And this is resonating all over Africa now. The South African Minister of Minerals here yesterday still emphasized on that. And before we did the signing of MOU, we were chatting, and I told him how very sensitive we are to this local value addition policy. And he said that his job was done in Nigeria. That actually he thought part of his agenda would be to come and convince us on the need to adopt local value addition policy. But when he got here and heard that we were actually the champions of this local, he said his job was already done. He could go back, satisfied. So that again is showcasing Nigeria as leading, taking the lead in the solid mineral sector in Africa, in spite of other countries that had opened up that sector long before us. South Africa, for instance, is a major mining country. In fact, their economy is, very dependent on the mineral wealth there. So they have experience, they have expertise, knowledge, technical infrastructure, and all of that. But because of the efficiency of our own reform policies and initiatives, this same South Africa is copying some of our own policies. And their minister emphasized it yesterday. The first time I heard that was in Cape Town last year at the Durban conference, when their president on the podium said they were copying Nigeria's community development agreement. We had renewed our own community development agreement paper when I came in 2023, and implementing all of that to the letter. So the president of South Africa said they were copying it, and their minister repeated our ASM policy, the artisanal mining policy. They are learning from it, in spite of their own long experience in that sector. So there's really nothing one can add to the recognition of the efficacy of our policies and our reforms in this sector. And we're very, very confident that in no distant time, we'll be reeling out the benefits to our GDP. And I must say that the benefits accruable, the potentials from this solid mineral sector far outstrips whatever we might have had from the oil. At the last count, even with very elementary and rudimentary exploration, the estimated value of our deposits within just a 5% explored area of Nigeria is over $700 billion that we have on the ground. Now, so imagine if we now put money into wealth that will accrue to Nigeria from the solid minerals sector. One of our goals is how to use this position of the chairmanship of the African Mineral Strategic Group to attract investment to Africa in general and Nigeria in particular. And we are happy that these efforts are yielding very remarkable results. In the first quarter, for instance, of this year, the MCO, that's the Mining Cadastral Office that processes applications and titles, received 955 applications for title grants. 651 were for exploration, 270 for small-scale mining, 49 for quarry leases, and 24 for reconnaissance permits. I personally approved over 867 applications, including 512 exploration licenses, 295 small-scale mining leases, 60 quarry leases, and 5 mining leases. In the first quarter of this year, the MCO generated about 7 billion from payment of annual service fees, application processes fees, and renewal of titles. And here, I crave your indulgence to just reel out, for comparative analysis, what we met on ground. When I resumed, the revenue achieved totally in the sector for 1 year was slightly under 6 billion naira. So we projected something higher than that. So we made a budgetary provision or application for increase in our budget last year. So 29 billion was approved as our total budget, both capital, recurrent, everything, 29 billion. Now, based on that, we made a projection of increasing the revenue from 6 billion that we inherited to 11 billion, assuming we had the 29 billion cash market. But at the end of the year, after 1 year, we had only 18% release. So we got 18% of the 29 billion. You know what that amounts to. But conversely, and ironically, and I'm so happy to note, because of the
You are watching Business Day Television.
generated 7 billion from various royalties. And a very critical part of our 7-point agenda is security. Because we are here, you and I, we are here because we enjoy relative security. If there's no security, you won't be here, I won't be here. And in the sector, security had been a very funny issue. It had been a sore point. And you recall the incidences of banditry always associated with mining. And it's not also peculiar to Nigeria. Almost everywhere in Africa where mining is, there's one form of terrorism, banditry, stealing, illegal operations, and the like. So security became a very prominent part of our whole vision and agenda. And in this instance, we created the mining marshals as a specialized security force dedicated to the solid mineral sector, targeted at combating illegal mining. And again, I'm happy to note that I read out these figures when we did the 1-year anniversary of the mining marshals a couple of weeks back. Within a year of its operations, the mining marshals have apprehended over 300 illegal miners across the country, including foreigners. And about 150 of them are being prosecuted as we speak. And we've already obtained convictions on about 9, including foreigners. And this is really sending the right message to the players in the industry that, like I always say, there is a new sheriff in town. So it's not going to be business as usual. And that is on security. That's the mining marshals form the kinetic aspect or dimension of our strategy. The non-kinetic aspect or dimension of the strategy is to convince and persuade artisanal miners and hitherto illegal miners to come together and form cooperatives where they will be legalized and formalized and structured. They will be able to carry on their businesses legitimately. And again, government can begin to receive the royalties that were hitherto lost. Because you can't obtain royalty or fees from an illegal operator. Anyway, so if we are able to convert them to legal operators, formalize them, in fact, make their businesses better, expand the scope, because if they are formalized and structured, then they become bankable. They can approach the financial institutions to obtain loan to expand their businesses. And within a year that we started the policy, over 250 cooperatives have been formed across the country. And we are increasing the tempo. Right now, about 50 per month are being formed, which means we are drastically reducing the army of the unemployed that became the pool for illegal mining operations and operators. So we are reducing that by formalizing them and legitimizing them and drawing revenue from them. And this has, the last year, created over about 27,000, if I'm correct, I'll check the figure, jobs for the artisanal miners and pre-illegal miners. And this has also combated illegal mining perpetrated by companies caught exploiting minerals without a license. Over 90 mine sites, hitherto occupied by illegal operators, have been freed by the mine marshals and fully liberated and restored to their legitimate owners. The addition of value by promoting new processing and manufacturing farms stays on our front burner. Minerals such as lithium, rare earth, bauxite, gold, plants, and factories of such are due for commissioning this quarter. There's a very huge lithium factory which I performed the foundation laying ceremony about a year ago on the outskirts of Abuja. We are going to commission that this second quarter of the year. That's about $300 million facility, which is injected into our economy. Somewhere in between Niger and Nasarawa, there's a $600 million factory that is also going on there, ready to be completed in the next few weeks. And we are going to also commission it. And there are several others, gold refinery factories that are coming up, that I have signed approvals. And these are just a minor scope of the various results of our reform efforts and policies. And of course, there's the Community Development Agreement, which I said the South Africans also confirmed that they are copying. The Community Development Agreement is an instrument for ensuring that the host communities also benefit from the mining operations in their environment. And when we resumed, we looked through the document that we inherited, and we saw gaps and loopholes. So we did a review that set up a committee to recommend the appropriate reviews, which was done. We passed through the normal processes and we launched it last year. And that's what some other countries are now copying. So we are giving teeth to our community development agreement so that there will be local beneficiation as well and the multiplier effect of mining operations and local economies. Ladies and gentlemen, these achievements, including the increase in statutory fees, are building the resilience needed for the long-term efficiency of our sector, the solid minerals. Therefore, I wish to thank every one of you for taking our time to be here. And I wish to commend BusinessDay for tracking these positive developments and leveraging them to be the medium of reference in solid mineral matters. Similarly, I understand they have a partner, Olanihu Ajayi and Co. Kanye is my friend, he owns the Ajayi Chambers. They're also developing all kinds of mechanisms to enhance the operation of and the success of this sector. Olanihu Ajayi and Co. is developing his chambers as a legal resource for mining litigation and consultancy. In the last 17 months, I've come across sundry litigations, issues arising from disputes concerning titles, letters of consent from communities, and you know in our climate, to obtain a mining title, you have to obtain or procure a letter of consent of the landowners so that there will be no dispute when we approve your license. However, given the nature of Nigerians too, there's disputes arising from letters of consent. For instance, the family head would sign a letter of consent to a potential investor, and the investor brings the consent letter to us. Then, fulfilling other requirements, we approve the title. Only for another branch of that same family to get up to say, no, we did not support that. And then the investor is in a country. And yet another member of the family comes up to say, no, he was the rightful owner of the land, or the money paid did not get to his pocket, so the investor has to pay more otherwise. So a lot of such disputations I have come across, and we are developing a dispute resolution mechanism within the ministry to resolve some of this. But again, like I always tell players in the industry, take recourse to the judiciary. The courts are there to adjudicate on some of these issues so that we reduce our own pressure of settling disputes and we free our time and brain and energy and resources formulating the correct policies for the enhancement of the sector. So I thank you very much for coming to this.
Wow. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for that speech. I mean, I would call a lecture. We hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much. Passionate, always dogged, always eloquent. Thank you. Implementation of those, you came in, set up 7-point agenda. Implementation of those going on like we had it without, some of them on the way, like the mining company, and then ramping up investments. Thank you so much. And also thank you so much again for those kind words for BusinessDay and your long-standing partnership. Indeed, BusinessDay is a case study of resilience and focus. A round of applause for the Honorable Minister, please. Okay, so Honorable Minister is about to take his leave, but before he starts that, please can we quickly, sir, if you don't mind, take a quick photo session, please. Thank you. Okay, that's the Honorable Minister, Mr. Tayo, you join him. Representative of Mrs. Noyayeni, please can you join? In fact, all of please come, please. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. We do really appreciate your presence here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Please, participants, please, if you don't mind, they can come back, sit down. The program continues. So we'll go back to our Google messages, just a few of them, like 3. But before we do that, just permit me to recognize a few people that joined us while the Honorable Minister was speaking. So we have, Okay, so we have Mrs. Ibi Ogunbiyi, his partner Olawu Ajayi, Olaniwu Ajayi. Sorry for bothering that. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming. Thank you. Okay, we also have Mr. David Raymond Edet. He's the founder, Unipro Investment Limited. We see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Okay, so let's quickly continue with our goodwill messages. This one, the next one will be taken by Engineer Janet Adeyemi, National President of Women in Mining Association. Thank you. Good morning, all. Good morning. My name is Haja Safiat Mohammed Sani, President Women in Mining, Engineer Dr. Janet Adeyemi. She sent in her apology for not being here. The Honorable Minister, Ministry of Mines and Steel Development, Dr. Dele Alake, the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Mrs. Mary Obi, heads of organizations, member of the diplomatic corps, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure and a profound sense of humility that I extend my heartfelt greetings to all gathered here today for this second edition of the Business Day Solid Mineral Conference 2025. On behalf of Women in Mining in Nigeria, WIM, I extend warm felicitation to the Chief Executive Office of Business Day Media Limited, Mr. Ola
watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obonna. Let's see what's making headlines this afternoon. Coalition to unseat Tinubu's gaining ground, says Atiku. Access Holding posts 642.3 billion naira in profit. Court orders final forfeiture of 6.67 billion naira mortgage bank shares linked to Ponzi scheme. US to hold talks on Ukraine with European allies. Champions League semi-finals fixture confirmed. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has revealed that his coalition commitment will affect President Bola Tinubu's election in 2027. The founder member of the People's Democratic Party revealed this during a meeting with a delegation of national opinion leaders which paid him a courtesy visit in Abuja on Wednesday, April 15, 2025. The former vice president likened the coalition to a fast-moving train with multiple stops to bring on board Nigerians of all shades in the quest for good governance. His position is coming on heels of the insistence that the party is the beautiful bride to court and not one to go out in search of intending merging partners. Moving on, Access Holdings PLC has recorded a profit after tax of 642.2 billion naira for the financial year ended December 31st, 2024. This marked a 4% increase from the 619.3 billion naira reported in 2023. The group's audited financial statement released on the Nigerian Exchange Limited on Wednesday, April 15th, showed that the Access Holdings gross earnings jumped by 88% to 4.88 trillion naira in 2024, up from the 2.59 trillion naira in 2023. Meanwhile, the group's income tax expenses also rose sharply from 109.7 billion naira in 2023 to 224.8 billion naira in 2024, having a moderating effect on the final profit after tax. And to end the local news, the Federal High Court in Ikoyi, Lagos, has ordered the final forfeiture of about 6.67 billion naira worth of a mortgage bank's shares and other funds described as proceeds of a Ponzi scheme. According to a statement by the EFCC, the 2.41 share units of Living Trust Mortgage Bank PLC, formerly known as Omolabi Mortgage Bank PLC, was traced to City Trust Holdings PLC, a suspected Ponzi scheme operator, and its subsidiaries. Friday, Ogazi issued the forfeiture order on Tuesday, ordering the final forfeiture of about 42.5 million naira and $26.4 traced to City Trust Holdings PLC and its subsidiaries valued at 6.67 billion naira. The final forfeiture under the followed court order earlier of the interim forfeiture of arrests. On the foreign scene, Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and top diplomat Marco Rubio will hold talks with European counterparts in Paris later on Thursday to discuss efforts to end the war in Ukraine. According to reports, Ukraine's foreign minister and defense minister have arrived in the French capital to take part in the discussions. The talks will be hosted by French President Emmanuel Macron, form the highest level of transatlantic engagement about the war since February. European diplomats have revealed that they will urge the US to put more pressure on Russia to agree to an unconditional ceasefire. And to end the news, the season's UEFA Champions League semi-finals has promised a high drama and continental rivalry, with 4 teams from 4 different countries vying for a place in a thrilling round for the quarterfinals. Arsenal will face Paris Saint-Germain PSG, while Barcelona will go head-to-head with Inter Milan in what is shaping up a blockbuster Final Four. Mikel Arteta's side stunned the 15-time European champions with back-to-back wins, commanding 3-0 victory at the Emirates Stadium and a 2-1 win at the Santiago Bernabeu. Meanwhile, Barcelona reached the first Champions League semi-final since 2019 under the guidance of Hansi Flick as the Carleton Giants overcame Borussia Dortmund with a 5-3 aggregate score. And that does it for the news this afternoon on the BDTV News at Noon. Stay tuned for more updates. I am Norma Obona.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.